the title. And so I think it launched on a different one. I don't think it launched on what I meant it to. There we go. We should be live now on it. For any of the YouTube viewers. And then Schwaks, welcome in Half Cloth with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And then Raptor, you said, do you know if this Legion bundle is a good one to buy? I think in terms of value, I think it's pretty low. Because almost 8,000 gold is about $100, and so one spotlight key, and then a half of and 3,000 tokens. I think credit-wise, I don't think it's as good as like your typical like Valkyrie wave or some of your other bundles. I think it's on the lower end. And then Schwaks, you said typing is complicated. It is. Thickless Cage, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And then Red Star, welcome in. I saw that you've been crushing it in the Alliance, and so hopefully you're having a good day so far. You said I play Iron Fist and Dagger in my negative deck. Yeah, I've seen the Iron Fist Dagger a few times, but sometimes it can be. Sometimes I found that it can be tough to get all the pieces you need. So far, so good. The family here is doing well, and I'm excited to play a little bit of Snap. I had a delayed morning, and so I had a few things that I had to wrap up before I could go live, but I'm excited that we were finally able to make it. So I'm assuming that there's some kind of bounce deck. Parker! Ooh, Cannonball says maybe it's Clutter instead. And so they'd be filling this up. They'd do something like Rock, something that can move out of this lane. Let's go ahead and go Magic anyways. I'm liking the new Prism effect. I do. I agree. I like the look of the new Prism. I think on some cards it's a bit much, but there are some that I think it really kind of helps elevate the card. And then BZ, greetings, real TLSG. Greetings to you as well, real BZ. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. So let's go ahead and go Cassandra Nova. We did change this so that they don't get any free resources or any benefit from capping it out. They have the Viper, so I do assume that we will have to look out for the Clutter stuff. Sage gets pretty big here. So I think we go Mr. Negative into mid. And then we'll see. For the Ajax, we have to look out for the Hazmat line. You said it's way better? What, the Iron Fist Dagger? Get the free rock. We can always scoot the Ajax, see if we can stack it into Limbo. We don't have any big heavy hitters. And so I think we need some kind of Hail Mary here. Oh, the new Prism effect. Gotcha, Makoto. The free rock is huge. It absolutely is huge. And so the Ajax does stack into mid. So now we just need to compete left and right. See if we can make it happen. The second free rock is even bigger. So I don't think we're ever going to beat mid. Hopefully you're having a good day. What happened to the blanket basket? So it's now my daughter's toy basket. Where'd you get the Ironheart variant? It was in a very expensive bundle that I bought. Whenever I was doing the collection, catch up on the collection. Liam Reed said the title for today's stream is Chef's Kiss. I do what I can. So we could do, I think we win here. I mean, they do have a cannonball though. So if they do a cannonball, they'd have to place something additional in this lane. So like a hazmat. So maybe we go positive rock. Maybe it's positive rock, Ironheart, Sage. think this is what we're going to lock in. Yeah, that's the $100 pay to win. So they go with the Cassandra and the Cannonball. Oof. And so that leaves them at 11. We're going to need some good hits for our Ironheart, which is why I played the extra rock over there. We need 2 hits in the right. It got 0. Okay. Well, unfortunate. Ill, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hope I'm not too late to the stream. Not too late at all. We're just now getting rolled in or ramped in. We're just 12 minutes into it, so we're still really, really fresh. And then Ook, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. There should be, they should just change subterranean text to you always top deck the rocks. I mean, at least they were free rocks. They just weren't free enough. They focused entirely onto that cannonball lane, and I thought maybe we'd be able to split between the two. So Wolverine looks like a destroy deck. I think we can overpower a destroy deck if we get the good flip. And then Davut on the YouTube side, he said just played a game with this and got an 8 cuber. It'll show up in the Alliance chat. I'll take a look, Davut. This one can pump out some incredible late game power, and so it can be pretty fun to play. Snap. So it's not a destroy deck, it's a discard deck. So they did discard their swarm. We have to look out for potentially discarding an even cost card. We're going to be able to get Mr. Negative down on 3, which is why I snapped into it. Do we like the Galactus lists? I've been having a blast with the Wiccan Galactus setup. I think it's fun. I haven't had a huge amount of success with it, like long term, but I do think it's a pretty fun one. Anytime I get a chance or an excuse to run Galactus, I enjoy it. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good day. Always, always with the TwitchCon hype emote. I love to see it. So the Wolverine and Swarm both came down. Interesting that they played them both. All right, so we can go something like Wong into Mystique. We have the Sage. So maybe it's Wong, Mystique into Ironheart. It just depends on where their power falls, how much space we have. So the second Swarm, the Jin. What are they doing? Oh, they were making space for the helicarrier discard. It makes sense, but it's still random. So do we go greedy into Nor Dimension? I think we probably do. The Cassandra Nova can be decent. I think we go Mystique. We go ahead and throw Cassandra Nova down, and then we hold. I'll hold the Sage for the last turn. Cassandra Nova should get big enough that it'll win the left lane. And then Freak Mojo, welcome in. It's going well so far. We're enjoying our time so far. The Jane Foster is perfect for us. It helps us more than it hurts us. Looks over Psylocke, Kate, Zabu, Wave, Iron Lad, Nick Fury, Wiccan, Galactus. It was very close to a deck that I ran. I think Nick Fury was the one that was different in it. And so with Silver Samurai, what did we discard? The Ironheart, that's fine. So I think they're crazy if they stay for any reason. We have the Gigantic Sage into Gigantic Taskmaster. Iron Lad just for giggles on it. And then I'll throw Ravonna as well. Wait, why did they stay? They're only collection level 1,000. Packers for Life, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm excited to be able to do a stream. I wasn't sure that I was going to be able to. I had some things come up that I had to deal with. I had to run into town to run a couple of errands that were kind of popped up last minute, but it shouldn't be. Post Infinite, there shouldn't be bots. I think it's just a low collection level account, but it feels weird. I've been getting a lot more of those over the last couple of days, which feels strange. Maybe trying to do a bounty? Maybe. A lot of commitment for 4 cubes though. Bullying the sub 1000. They have to learn at some point, BZ. It honestly, it's probably the worst. It's the thing I like the least about the game. The least amount about the game is that new player experience. If they're good enough to hit infinite, oof, it's like tossing them to the wolves at that point. It goes from similar collection levels, bots, into just like the highest ranked players. It always feels awful, and I always feel bad about it. Because at that point, they just don't have the resources to really be able to do anything. Yep, this time we do have a board.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
So we get their Mystique. It's a lot of Wongs.
Oh, snap.
They have a Mystique for, I'm guessing, Iron Man? The Nightcrawler, Angela. We have to look out for and always be worried about Eliath. We have to be worried about Iron Man. But we do end up getting the 1 cube retreat. Did everyone get the mech dino? I saw a notification on mobile about it. So all PC players, it's the... I think it's the 1-year anniversary for it. Hey, there it is. You have the mech devil dino. I think you have to claim it on PC though. And then JC, hello from the YouTube side. He said, found out that Marvel Snap considers 0 an even number the hard way. Yeah. Yep. I wasn't sure which direction it was going to go, so I had to test it whenever they made the Moon Knight change, but mobile doesn't get it. I think you have to log in from Steam, because it's the 1-year Steam launch anniversary. All right, so we have their Ant-Man. They got either our Psylocke, Magic, or Sage. Do have the Psylocke on 2. Sargini, you said you're only on mobile as well? We do have Ironheart. We also have Magic, so we can rip away that middle location. But I think we're going to rip away Nord Dimension. That was my first season playing. When the mech dino dropped, I think they got a lot of new players whenever they launched the Steam client. And then on the YouTube side, Kyle said the Dara deck. So the deck had been around before Dara ran it yesterday, but Dara running it yesterday, I matched into him, and so that reminded me that I needed to check it out. And I think his had Loki instead of Magic. I like the little bit of flexibility in the extension of the Magic instead of the Loki line. But yeah, it is the very like similar shell. I think the Magic spot becomes that flex piece. The rest feels like a very cohesive 11 cards. So with Wong, now I'm kind of wishing that I had changed Castle Zemo. We have to drop him into like an opportune location. No chance to be able to hit Miss Marvel or Mystique onto it. Said you climbed from 13 to 6,000 last night with it. Yeah, the deck can be absolutely bananas. We can go Ironheart into Iron Man. A double Sage plus the Taskmaster left could be pretty big. Heart mid, yeah, and then I think that opens up our possibility to position cards there. So the absorbing, why do they have absorbing man? We have to look out for Eliath.
I am Iron Man.
They do have initiative. Big Ultron incoming. But they have the Absorbing Man built into their deck, and I'm not sure what for. The big Ultron would be fine, because it really doesn't help them all that much. What I'm worried about is the Eliath line. And I think with I feel like with an Absorbing Man, there's a chance that they do have the Eliath. With the Angela too, it doesn't look like it's a straightforward deck. I think we try to forego the Eliath. We go Sage left, Taskmaster mid. Oh no, they just went Sage. What? Into Super Scroll. Had we went with the original line, we would have won. I talked myself out of it because of the potential for the Eliath. This would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. It would have been 24 over here. Taskmaster would have copied the 24 left. No. Disappointed that I faltered on it. Is there a replacement for Cassandra in the deck? Cassandra works really well with the surplus of a lot Arisham that we're seeing, because it can serve as that like last turn play or just good kind of mid-range tempo. Without it, there's not really a direct replacement. You'd want another card that could end up being 0. Maybe you go with the like there's a cheeky double Mr. Negative. There's a cheeky like dagger, Iron Fist dagger Taskmaster line that I think maybe okay. I don't think it's going to be quite as consistent, but you can still run most of the core even without it. So we do have Mr. Negative, we have Jane Foster, but the problem is going to be that we don't have room to be able to drop it. Wolfsbane could, but I'd be afraid that it's because a double up of that is only going to be around 12. I guess a quadruple could be around 24. Might be all right. And then Hydra King, you said I logged into my PC for Devil Dino emote. I seen you use it. So in the, it's like a newspaper on the top. That should be where like your inbox and stuff is found. They do have the Ravona. What do we have for breakfast today? I don't think I ate breakfast. Double power negative? It's the power play. If they were to make a movie about TLSG, play him 100%. I don't know what I would have to do to warrant a movie to be made about me, though. So the Psylocke, the big Cassandra Nova, came down after we... hit our negative, though. Some sort of snap scandal? Who knows? Who knows, indeed. We can go Jane Foster. That guarantees that we get our Taskmaster out. But we could also just go something like Big Iron Man. We have the Mystique to lean into, depending on what we draw next. They could also, maybe they go with the Magic line. No, we gave them our Jane Foster. Unfortunate. I'm just saying the resemblance is striking. I appreciate it, Bingo.
Iron Man.
So their Jane Foster did get destroyed, which is nice. The Psylocke is not great. We have the follow-up flip side Mystique. To maybe I think this is what we're doing. It's not very big in the left, and we have to hope that Mystique lands. But we're also kind of hoping that none of their cards... How many cards did they draw? Unfortunate. They drew a lot. They drew a lot of cards.
I am Iron Man.
It's destroyed? No.
I am Iron Man.
The Iron Heart. Swag said the TLSG movie, The Secret Behind Toxic Masculinity. I'm not sure that that would be our movie. You feel seen? I always feel seen with you guys. You guys are incredibly kind. Said all their cards land. They, to be fair, they did lose a Jane Foster. They just put more cards over there. Hydra, you just had to restart to get the emote? Yeah, I like it. Alright, let's go ahead and... I'm just going to play Psylocke into mid. We do have magic, so we can take away the Vormir if we're worried about it. Against a discard deck, I think we should be okay. Loaf, you said I had 6 cards. Get gotten by Danger Room in one game the other day. Oof. Those are some fantastic odds, but not in the good direction. We do have Mr. Negative on 3 that we top deck, so I'm going to snap into it. Going to get destroyed in Vormir, so we don't even worry about the downside.
Victory.
Unfortunate. He said, yeah, it's time to turn off after that. I think so. Yeah, it's a statistical anomaly, and there has been some games where Danger Room didn't destroy a single card that either me or my opponent played, and then other ones where it just feels like it zaps everything that is thrown that way. So it's one of those that I have to try to lean into the odds no matter how bad it feels whenever they flip the wrong way. And so sometimes I'll stay on a 50-50 or like a wager of like from 2 to 4 or 1 to 2 on the last turn if it comes down to what happens in the Danger Room. So next up we have Black Widow and then Wheaton Law. Welcome in. I see that you're up to your shenanigans once again. I won't even play on it 90% of the time. Yeah. Wheaton Law, I'll see you in 2 minutes. So we do get Magic with Kamartage. Not bad. I do think that they're probably running a Shuri deck. And so it comes down to if we think we can beat Shuri. Gladiator comes in. Mr. Negative would have been a fantastic pull. But unfortunately, it pulled our Sage. Not great. Wait. What happened to... Okay. I was so confused. RN by what by why by why Stream Elements timed you out for 1 second. I was so confused. I was concerned. I was concerned for a second. And then ook. And so today's stream is sponsored by Raid. And so I'll be playing Raid for a couple of hours at the end of the stream. And so funny enough, the video that we launched today was also sponsored by Raid. And then the hydrate reminder. Any good replacements for Mr. Negative? Mr. Positive usually shines like a different, like an opposite, but equally as nice light onto the deck. And then Chris, she said, I was very happy to see your dog in the last video. And so that last video I recorded after everyone went to bed last night. You said, God, I hate bigs. Good, I hate bigs. Bugs. Yep, no, it's not gonna be ants anymore. Not gonna be ants any longer. So we do have the Jane Foster. We could also go, since we have the Ravona, we could also go Mystique. Sandra Nova's not going to be huge. So the Taskmaster's line's not amazing. We have to look out for Sandman, I think. Gladiator doesn't really fit into it, but the Patriot, Nebula, Lizard really leads me to believe that maybe it's there. We can always go Iron Man, Mystique. That would allow us to next turn just do a 4 trigger of Ironheart. Yeah, there's the Sandman. I'm free. Early shame. Wheaton, starting with early shame. You said, I guess we all agree on what Raid is. Whenever stream, yeah. Yeah, Raid is everybody knows exactly what Raid is. If you enjoy Hero Collectors or Gacha style, it's the biggest of the bunch. And so there was one that I played before Raid was around. It was called Summoner's War. And so I think Raid does what that game did, but better. Raid is a bug spray. It is. It is an absolute bug spray. So we're going to have 4 triggers of Ironheart. I didn't even do the math. And so I know that we have double up in each lane. So there's a good chance that we can overpower their power. But I think I was thinking it was fine with 4 triggers of Ironheart. You can unlock Mr. Positive with Iron Lad. You can. You sure can. Red Rover. Mr. Negative flips into the Mr. Positive from there. And then Gambit, you said, can you do everyone here a favor, enable fast drops? Yeah, let me reach out to my contact and make sure that they're on for everybody that pops into the chat. And so it looks like it's time for a quick set of ads. I'm not going anywhere, but we're going to run the minute and a half, and then I'll launch into a game here in just a second so that you guys don't miss any of the gameplay. We'll be right back, you guys. Ookie said math is for nerds. I enjoy math. It's just that time I didn't. I think I was busy talking. And then Chris, I was glad that my dog made an appearance in the last video as well. He said, fast drops, we came here for TLSG, drops are just a bonus. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out on a Thursday, a little bit outside of our normal stream time. There's not going to be, I don't think there's an over-the-air this week. I don't think there's one next week either. I think the next one's not until the 5th. If my memory serves correct. said big stream tomorrow. So I actually, I have an appointment tomorrow, so I'm not gonna be able to do a stream tomorrow. I wish I could, but today will end up being our like final stream for the week. No stream? Yeah, no Friday stream this week, unfortunately. It is still one of our cards with Copycat. Could be Mr. Negative. Yeah, I'm assuming it is Mr. Negative. But maybe we're okay with that. I think we're fine with it. You said BZ, I don't even play the game anymore. I take their drops and throw them on the ground. I mean, you took the drops and you literally dropped them. So the Iron Heart, the Cassandra. I think we go ahead and play out our Cassandra Nova. The only thing I would like to get would be Magic. Is Ajax worth tokens? Ajax is one of my favorite cards right now. He continues to find his way. I don't think we're going to get negative in this game, Rover. I have a feeling that they drew Copycat and snapped that turn. I'm assuming that they have Mr. Negative. But Danieli, I think that Ajax is one of the strongest, like, big bodies, and it's a really it's a really cheap 2-card package for what it can do. Yeah, but we do have Magic, so I think we go ahead and stage out the Wong. We'll do Magic into Mindscape. So I'm going to snap back into it. Then Unibot, you said definitely was an Ajax believer from the beginning. Yeah. Yep, I continue to find that the decks that I'm playing the most have Ajax in them. And then Hot John, you said, hey man, your video just popped up in my notifications, which is why I'm here. For future reference, I'd probably mention the Twitch drops when they happen in your live. I did. So the YouTube video, right? So for the YouTube video, I put it at the end of the deck explanation, but I should probably put the plug at the start of the plug, or at the start of the explanation. And so it was probably around 2 minutes in. I should do it like much closer to the beginning. I'll keep that in mind moving forward. And so we go Magic, Psylocke. Give us extra energy. If they don't move their Nocturne, hope that they did, but if they didn't, then they'd be able to turn off Limbo. So Crimson Cosmos, we're going to rip that away right away. The opponent will turn off Limbo this way. I was hoping that they didn't want Mindscape. I'm glad that I gambled correctly, but they do have the Sarah discount. With Ravona, we end up getting... Right now, it's just Ironheart, no Sage. You can always go... Chase, UNC, thank you so much for the Prime resub for the 2nd month. He said, oh, never mind, I missed who had Prio. Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay, Chase. So we could go Jane Foster. We could also go Absorbing Man to get extra energy going into the final turn. I think I'm going to do something like this. We'll do Jane to the left. We'll do Ironheart into the right. Move happens first? Yeah, move happens first now. So the double Ironheart. A Sage would be huge. Oh, they pulled our Wong. From Daily Bugle. It's huge. Sage is huge here. So now we can go Sage, Taskmaster. This ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8. I guess it's 8, 16. maybe it's not as huge as I would have liked. Double trigger from our Wong with the Silver Surfer. Maybe it's Silver Surfer Absorbing Man, because we know that they have the Absorbing Man. So that would be 3 and 4. So 2 triggers in the left, 2, 4, 6. I guess 4 triggers. 12, 24. So it goes up to 31. 4, 6, 8, 16. 16 would be not 30. 16 and 17. Oh my goodness, math is failing me. It's 33, right? So I think we would have to do Taskmaster mid.
Victory.
Red Rover said sweet top deck. I know. That was exactly what we needed. Otherwise, we were probably out of luck. But I'm glad we were able to draw it. Looking forward to seeing how this goes. I enjoy playing Mr. Negative, but always seem to get a bad draw. And so Icarus, the good thing about this deck is that you can lean into the power of Wong into like that Sage Taskmaster stuff. And so a lot of the games where you don't end up drawing negative, you can do just about as good. It's just not quite as, you can't hold the resources until the very end. But you can still put out quite a bit of power that the opponent has to be able to respect. But last night, I ran it for 20 games. I had a 68% win rate over those 20 games. Probably one of the most consistent negative decks that I've ever played. And then Love President, have a good stream. I could have swore that you said something in the other chat, but you got labeled as a first-time chatter. Welcome in, Love President. Hopefully you're having a great one today. And then Chase, thank you for the Prime sub. I think I mentioned it, but I wanted to make sure that I expressed how much I appreciated the sub. Wild, most negative decks are all or nothing. Yeah, Herwick, which I think is what makes this one really unique. Is that with this one, we can kind of make do even without the negative line. Like, it's good whenever we get it. Or I guess it's probably great whenever we get it. But it's still good without. Castle Blackstone could be okay. We go ahead and go Cassandra Nova. They did draw into extra cards with the Nico. Do we need the extra energy? Or do we just magic the left? I think we'll just magic the left. Uni, you said this will be great. I'm interested in Mr. Negative, but haven't run it much. And like decks that aren't dependent on one card's draw. Yeah. Said it's fun until Mobius decides to show up. Mobius can be pretty detrimental. The Wiccan coming down on 3 into Castle Blackstone. So they have a wicked amount of energy. They have a wicked amount of their cards in hand. So Cassandra doesn't really do us as much good as we might want. But I think we go Cassandra Nova, and we'll see. For the Loki, kind of scary. Oh wait, since they hit Loki, our Cassandra Nova is fine. Our Cassandra Nova went from being a 3 power to an 11 power. Goodness, what an unfortunately timed Loki for him. He will gladly take it though. The Taskmaster. I kind of want to just throw Psylocke. Psylocke and see what we hit next turn. Wong or Iron Man would both be fine. I did ask you to hydrate. Oh, Hydra King. I didn't catch it, but I appreciate it. I feel like Sage ended up being way better than people anticipated. Yeah. Icarus, she said try the version with Iron Fist Dagger, but having magic instead sounds better. Yeah, I do like the magic line. And even in this version, some people were flexing out the magic, but it feels too magical to get rid of. Mr. Negative becomes a gamble. The Wong would be 2. So then it would be 2, 4. This would end up being 8. So we wouldn't have enough energy. We could also go 2, 4, 6 with the Ironheart and spread power across the board, which might be the line we go with. We said Hydrate. Cuts TLSG doing flash dance. Nightshade, you said yo TLSG, nice to catch you streaming again. I'm doing well, Nightshade. Hopefully you're doing well as well. So with the Cassandra Nova coming down before Mr. Negative, drawing into Wong would now be a 1 cost. And so we might be able to do the Wong Sage Taskmaster line. But it didn't matter. We get the Iron Man instead. So the free Iron Man gives us a really good push here. Actually, maybe it's Iron Man, Mystique here. Go for the Iron Heart. Into Sage. Depending on what and where they play. It's the same thing we're always fearful of, is if they have an Alioth last turn. Big Iron Man.
Iron Man.
Everyone's playing this deck, just here for Twitch drops? Well, I'm glad that you're here for Twitch drops. But this deck, so it's been kind of floating around for a little while.
I am Iron Man.
But I think with some of the changes, making like Angela, Athena a little bit lower, the Sandman stuff a little bit lower, I think it is poised to do really, really well. And then Drunken King, you said, hey, TLSG, how's your day going? It's going well. We're doing a little bit of negative gameplay, and overall, it's going incredibly well. This deck has been the most consistent negative deck I've ever played, and I've played through... there was at one point a negative Serotonin deck, which was just absolutely wiped the board with everything that was out there. There was the negative Surfer that was really prominent for a few weeks, and then now this one, that we're holding down well over a 60% win rate with it. And a pretty good cube rate to boot. And then Unibot on the YouTube side said, how do you feel about Null in a negative deck? I think in the greedy negative decks, something like the Null, the Arnhem Zola can do really well, but they're very much that like all in or nothing style. So the 68% win rate is what we have over the 30 games so far. Is that Mr. Negative when Mr. Positive walks in? Mr. Negative. Negative Tribunal? Yep, Negative Tribunal popped off for a while too. But that one falls, I think, mainly to really any kind of like, clutter is tough for it. And then Alioth, Enchantress, those sort of cards. So let's go ahead and go... I'm going to go Ravona to the right. And then Ook, you said, Mr. TLSG, you have a 60%, but how much win rate is it for us? This one, I think in like the big spread of data that we have, it's close to a 60% win rate, I think, overall. I don't think I have... I think more often than not, I have poor luck, honestly. And so we want to do Wong probably into Central Park. I am kind of afraid of what pulls in over there on turn 5, though. So let me see what the stats of it overall are. So over the, I'll do the last 7 days. I'll do infinite top 50%. So I think this exact same deck has about a 54% win rate over 400 games. So maybe it's just streamer luck. Maybe that's all it is. You may have got me, Ook. The magic into a Wong Sage Taskmaster. What, in the left? Said for this deck, if you don't draw negative or Ravona. Not necessarily. You can sometimes stage your Wong into a Sage early into the Taskmaster copy. But to be able to drop both of them on the same turn, you usually need a fair amount of luck. I think we're gonna go Jane Foster and hope that Sage or Taskmaster doesn't pull here. Are you finding Cassandra worth it in this list? So I've been finding Cassandra, or the reason I like Cassandra in this list is against Arisham. If we start seeing less Arisham, I think Cassandra becomes much less valuable. Well, I guess Arisham and Loki. Because if they drop a Loki late game, then all of a sudden you get just this really big explosive like burst of power that would have only been 3. Oh, the Magic Wong Sage. Yeah. Because if you don't draw the Ravona. No, you're okay, Rock. All right, let's go ahead and go double Sage into Taskmaster. And we're going to call it good. So that is a big Iron Man. Can we beat 24 power? Oof. I think so, but still, it is a bit rough. We're going to take the 4 cubes from good old Gamora. The double Cassandra Nova cut the lead, or cut the amount that they lost by, or I guess increase the amount that they lost by 8. So hitting that Iron Man was pretty big. Can also be good against Thanos. Yeah, I haven't seen a whole lot of Thanos. Arisham, however, comes in waves, and it feels like sometimes it's like 80% of what I'm seeing. Beautiful splits. Thank you. This is Mr. Negative is one that I've enjoyed for a while. And so I have some pretty big splits on most of the cards that go into the negative shell, except for I think Ravona is the big one I'm missing. Seeing Loki more than anything? Yeah. And so the Loki, whenever they drop it, it of course reinflates their hand back up, and so then Cassandra feels pretty good. Faced someone a few days ago playing Arisham Thanos. Arisham Thanos is a thing. Ooh, we lose our magic. Arisham Thanos is a thing. I don't know that it's a good thing, but it's definitely a thing. Let's go ahead and play. Oh wait, Limbo's already on the board. We don't need magic. I think we go ahead and play Cassandra Nova. They lost their Wiccan, so I'm going to snap into it. Hey, doggo. Our doggos are itchy right now. We need to get them groomed. Get the flea and tick medicine. We applied it, but they have such long hair that sometimes it doesn't take. In the Nightshade, you said I still play your Thanos deck. It's okay. I agree that it can win some games. But there's some times where like it just doesn't have enough consistency to keep up. They should have thought about that before they're growing the fur. Their fur ends up like we sweep daily, and it ends up just everywhere. And so we have the Wong. We can go Mystique into Psylocke, or we just go Mystique into Weight. I don't think we need extra energy. We don't really have much that we're fighting against, so I think we just go Mystique and then Weight. Elsa Loki. I was running. Oh, maybe I wasn't running Elsa Loki. But the Kitty Pryde stuff, Loki does pretty good in like the Angela Athena core. It's a lot of rocks. It's looking a little bit rocky. The best thing we have going for us is that Ironheart can trigger 4 times. And it's still looking a little bit suspicious. What breeds? Pun out of 10. I appreciate. Oh, they got the Mr. Negative into the Jane Foster. Oh. Nothing we can do. So about that streamer luck. I didn't mean to purchase the Oops All Rocks version. And you Nova'd him? Yeah, and we Nova'd him. Yeah, no, Loki's super strong. Loki, I feel like in any kind of like mid-range or value build, Loki belongs. We could even throw Loki into this one. I think Dara was playing Loki instead of Magic, if I remember right. They Jane Fostered all the rocks. They dropped Loki after the rocks, and so the rocks were gone. They replaced the rocks with Loki cards. How is Jane 5-4? Mr. Negative hit it. So our Cassandra came down after, I don't know. And so it was a 6 cost. It was a 6 cost card. And so it was base 9. They hit Mr. Negative, and then our Cassandra came down, bringing it to a 4 power. My pride won't let me play Loki. I missed out on the first wave of Loki because it was like so strong and so frustrating. I don't mind playing it now. Like, there's certain decks that it's not that Loki just instant wins anymore. And so it feels like it's still very strong, but also very, I don't have a huge issue with it. The piece I am starting to have an issue with is how often we see Arisham. So last night when I was playing, it was like 90% Arisham. And so we have Psylocke coming down. One second. White Widow keeping Ironheart. Oh, kneeing Ironheart in the face. Kind of funny. Yeah. And so we do have the Mr. Negative. We can play Magic into Sinister London because I think they are running a clutter deck. But I want to get Mr. Negative down first. And so double Iron Man can be pretty nice. I am worried about additional clutter. And so they could have like a beast. And so even though a double Iron Man is nice, I think we hold it for now. So the beast does pull back in the White Widow. And so we don't want them to have another double. So who else got the Ultimate Jeff variant? I haven't been able to bring myself to buy any of the Ultimates for the 6,000. I just can't. I can't justify it. So right now we have Iron Man into the Mystique line. I feel like it becomes a mistake to play very many cards because I don't want them to have easy to target like full cap locations. The only ultimate you have. I'm a little bit sad that with the 2 keys I used, I didn't pull the Jeff variant because I don't have one on him. but I don't want to spend any more keys either. Do you utilize the bonus boosters? Sometimes I do. If I'm looking for like a particular split, so like my Gladiator. At one point, I was looking to bump him up, and so I targeted him each day. But most of the time, I only have one that's rotating. So whenever I decide I want to focus one, I can kind of switch over into it. Like you had Tribunal with the -1 everywhere. So I do have the Iron Man. We could go White Widow of our own. We could also just something like Cassandra Nova. And we're kind of hoping for Wong here, right? Because we could go Wong for 2. This would be 5, 6, 7, 8. We wouldn't be able to do Wong Mystique into the Ironheart. Chibi Jeff, best non-ultimate. You can always grab it in the shop. That's true. You can always grab it in the shop. Big Sasquatch in the left lane. We have the double Iron Man. I maybe should have thrown real Iron Man over to the left to get a little bit more power there.
I am Iron Man.
We get Sage, which this one only becomes 4, 6, 8, 10. Plus the 3, plus the Iron Man. Actually think it only becomes 8. I think we lose this one. I think we lose this one if they place something good over in the left lane. 24. How long do you plan on streaming? I plan on streaming for... I want to say until like 5:30 or a little bit later, because I do have the raid sponsor segment. And so the big Rocket Raccoon, my goodness, because of the extra reach that Rocket provided, being that that different power, hit 30 over there. Goodness. We will gladly take the 2-power victory against the slight clutter, which made it tough for us to drop our cards. We'll take it. Lucky. Very, very lucky. We definitely should have positioned the real Iron Man over to the left. Give us a little bit more like flexibility, but we made do with what we had. I'm glad that it worked out. Doesn't seem that lucky. It was close. I think the biggest thing was that it was an incredibly tight margin. So next up we have Shark. We do get Mr. Negative down early. And so it's an Arjun player, which helps our Cassandra Nova out quite a bit. Sage wins games. Sage wins those like close games for sure. So we have a couple of choices. We could get Mr. Negative out on 3. I guess that's always our play. We either save Cassandra for later, or we go ahead and plop it down. Snap on that? I probably should have. We'll snap after, but I should have snapped before this happened. Ooh, Sokovia did its best to try to get rid of our cards for us, but no such luck for him. Let's go Mr. Negative mid. Next turn, we do have Jane Foster to be able to pull into like Ironheart, Mystique, and give us a better chance of drawing into our Wong to be able to set up the big follow-up play. The Shang-Chi is now out of the way, which is the only reason I was ooh, not out of the way. They did a copy of it with Nico. So we still have to look out for it. We still have to look out for we have to look out for Eliath and Shadow King as well. So I'm just going to do the Ravona here. Could do Nico into Ravona Destroy. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do Nico. I'm going to do a Ravona Destroy. But with these two, 5, 6, 7, never mind. I changed my mind again. We're just going to do the Ravona and leave it at that. I need Nico. Nico is a good flex tool. That's why there's a new emote for logging into Snap. This one? I like it. I like that one. One cost Wong. Sokovia ends up being a super negative lane. Let's go Jane Foster. And hope for the best. Yeah, Nico is very versatile. You said, where'd you get that emote? So it's a PC reward. And so it's the 1-year anniversary of the PC or the Steam client launch. And so they're giving it out to everyone. The Legion stops us from drawing into additional cards. We also lose the ability to do all of these things. Oof. Pretty tough. So the mobile reward, they don't have one exclusively for mobile. It's not great. We could do something like Wong, Ironheart, Sage, or we have to do just a Sage, just a Taskmaster, and that's not going to be big enough to really pressure multiple lanes, I don't think. What if we did Nico, Misty Knight? I'm going to change that. We're going to do Nico, Misty Knight, into the Ironheart, into the Sage. Decent? Yeah. Okay, so Stegron slaps the Ravona. Might be okay still. Just depends. The Jane Foster over there, super weak for a finishing line. The Wong does come down. We have the 6-power Demon, and it will depend on where our Ironheart hits, I think. Ooh, the double trigger. We need one more in the right. Okay. We'll take it. That'll do. That was for an 8-cuber too.
Victory.
There's the streamer luck coming back. Yeah, for an 8, it was definitely not on the like weaker side. And there's nothing wrong with that. With the 8-cuber, we're climbing incredibly quick, which is crazy for Mr. Negative. Like, it shouldn't allow us to drop that fast. But we are going to run to a really quick set of ads, and then we'll be back with some gameplay. Don't go anywhere, you guys. At least 4 buffs. We're going to go mid or right. That's true, because we had so many, and then with 4 of them stacked in that right lane. And then Alloy, you said I have a rule for myself. Never stay into a negative into Jane. Negative into Jane, but they may have... We only got to draw 1 card from it, and so maybe that's what they were staying on, was that hopefully the 1 card we had was not good. But even just 1 card can be so dominant. So does anyone know how I can link my Android account on Steam? So you just download the Steam client, and then on Android, you probably signed in with Google Play. It said no buts. This is how I fall for it. Exactly. You probably signed in with Google Play on your Android. You can sign in with Google on the PC client as well. Did I feel like I'm missed out on Sage? So Sage is She's a huge explosive 3 cost. And so she's really good in negative shells. She's good into like the Angela Athena kitty stuff that we had going on. And she's decent into bounce as well. So she, if you like those archetypes, she's definitely very valuable. And I don't blame you for missing out on her. There were a lot of people that... Ooh, is Sage coming back soon, Chaos? And so Luke, you may check the spotlights that are upcoming to see when she's rotating back in. But whenever she was released, there was the plague of the Leech meta when Leech was 4 cost into the Blink play. It was craziness. And so I feel like a lot of people ended up missing her because of that. So they get our Ravona. We do have Mr. Negative. And then we're not going to draw anything here. I guess we're going to go ahead and do that. It's either that or we burn a Sage or an Ironheart. And I don't want to burn either one. Let's go ahead and go Mr. Negative. They're running an Arsham deck. So if we end up drawing into Cassandra Nova, we get a huge spike regardless of when we play it. She's mine for the week of 9/17. Okay, so a little bit, right around a month for her to come back around. So we have our Claw as well. Unfortunately, we don't have magic to extend the game. And Psylocke's really not great. I think maybe we just Wong, Mystique, Sage. Hope for the best. What I'm hoping for is that they can't reach into Death's Domain. That's the hope. They could have an Eliath, and if they have an Eliath, then they would definitely swindle us. It's Ova? Might be Ova. So you go Mystique. Eliath kills us. Anything that can reach into Death's Domain also kills us. Debris Shang-Chi is not that something. My goodness, we're going to sweep the tiebreaker. And then Loaf Beef, he said hot take. I think Speed is a good card. It's just Gladiator that does not give an opponent an own reveal. I think Speed is fine in general. My goodness, that is a 75 power Sage. It was close. It was close, you guys.
Victory.
Super close. I think Speed is a good card. It's just that 3-cost space is so competitive. We have Copycat, which gives us information and sometimes is huge. Worst case scenario, she's 3/5 without any other like play into. We have Loki, which is like deck defining. We have like the Sage, Nocturne, and so I think Sage is, or not Sage. I think Speed is an okay card. I just think that it gets overshadowed by the strength of some of our other 3 costs.
This just in.
He said, so yeah, it's over, but just for the opponent. And so from the Daily Bugle, we get their Sage. So maybe they switched and ended up running a negative deck. The person's also on negative, yeah. Yep, 3 costs are the best cards. 4 costs feel like the worst in most cases. They're very like niche. And so like Wong, you have to build your deck specifically for it. You don't really have just generic strong 4s like you do the 3s. Worst case is Copycat is the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin Destroyer, I think is maybe even a worst case. Yeah, where the Nocturne, Red Guardian, Sage, like had Speed released a while back, I think people would have said he was broken, or at least a very strong 3. Sean would like a word. he's also like, he's also in that kind of like niche. You don't just play him and have good value. Something like your Cassandra, you play it out, it's a 7 power, you just get that raw value. Shang-Chi, while a good card, your opponent has to meet certain conditions or criteria for it to be really good value. To the upside, yeah. So he's good to build in. It's just, how do you go from there? That becomes the question. So the Wong becomes very, very scary. Because if they have a Wong of their own and Mystique, the Sage will absolutely explode. They didn't get their Mr. Negative down. There's the Mystique. Ugh. If they have a Wong of their own, because this one was ours. They got this one from our deck. I feel like this becomes really touchy really fast. I think we go Mystique. Iron Man.
Opponent snapped.
Then we'll see. We have a 1 out of 3 for Taskmaster next turn. That would allow us to Sage plus Taskmaster. Snap back. I'm afraid of how big they're gonna go.
I am Iron Man.
Jane Foster. Oh no!
Oh, snap.
We take those. We absolutely take those. So now we can do something like Ironheart, Sage, and since we don't have initiative, it goes kind of crazy. We just do these for giggles. These are the games we live for. This is going to be massive. Take it. Like, maybe there's a line where they can disrupt us somehow. But I'm thinking that not having priority going to this turn is going to be that, like, make or break for us. Yeah, if we had priority, it'd be the exact opposite. General said, please. I mean, they're sitting on, like, a gold mine, so it's really tough, I think, for them to retreat. They could go maybe... Ooh, the extra Wong. I don't know if we win that. They've triggered... Oh, we do. Okay. Because they triggered before us. They had an extra trigger, but we triggered more often. Oh my goodness.
Victory.
What a crazy... What a crazy... Well, you won left. We absolutely won left. The deck is the deck is absurd. Yeah, it's a really tough retreat on their end because they have the triple ongoing. Goodness. I'll mark it. This deck is destroying some cubes. Yeah, we drew the only out in that situation. Yeah, and then the throne room helped to elevate it. He said, so this is why I'm facing a lot of negative decks. Yeah, that, and I just released a negative deck video over this deck. Like, I launched it as I was going live. And so it's a very, very consistent deck. Like, more consistent than a negative deck honestly should be. Next up, we have Schrader. We do have the good old 2 into 3. I'm going to snap into it. So the Eco comes into play. That's a good Wolfsbane or Sage replacement. Yeah, Wolfsbane would be the closest, but it doesn't get anywhere near as tall. The cube game so far with the deck must be bonkers. Yeah. Yeah, especially when it's not super known. Once the deck is like a very known thing, then the cube rate starts dropping because you have people that start retreating whenever they probably should. The Baron Zemo making our Magic unplayable. How come we have never seen this deck before? I mean, Sage is the latest card in this deck. Yeah, so Cassandra is the latest. I think we just saw a big enough shift in the meta that this one kind of rises. And there's been some that have been kind of brewing around. Some people were using like Iron Fist, Dagger into the Taskmaster line. And so then I think it was DeBoss was the first person I saw like really refine it into like what this is or what we're seeing today. And so I'm not sure exactly why we didn't see it before, but so with the Mr. Negative, we now have to avoid the left lane, unfortunately. With Nico drawing into their cards, our Cassandra Nova doesn't do that much for us. Magic can't be used to extend the game. It's either Cassandra Nova this turn, or we just hold it. Do I expect some anti-negative decks incoming? Yeah. He plays Mobius. Wait, this player plays Mobius? Possibly. Oh, no, just memeing? Well, he might. He might play Mobius. Bleach meta? Yeah. Yeah, anything that leaned heavily onto on reveals got really pressured by the Leech stuff. So the Ronin into Gladiator, which is going to pull our... Oh, no. Not the Jane Foster. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful for us. I draw through our entire deck. So, speaking of streamer luck, maybe it's a thing. Ryan, you said you just got to Infinite for the first time in 10 seasons. Huge. Yeah, it'd be awful if he played Gladiator. We can go. Go Iron Man. Steak. The Cosmo makes it a little bit more awkward. We have the Wong. Oh wait, maybe we don't even go Iron Man. Maybe it's Wong, Mystique, Sage, Taskmaster. And then Schwaks. So I hit Jane Foster with Mr. Negatives, and so Jane was only 5 power. And then Dark Moods. You said still think the deck is good? I'm seeing it everywhere, but I'm not everywhere. But I run a strong counter. Yeah, so it's still really, really strong. Eliath, potentially. Potentially what is incoming? The Juggernaut. So our Taskmaster, unfortunately, folds. But it stays 5 power. We definitely won mid. Out of everything, we won mid. The Iron Man, so that's 10, 20. We win left by 2, right? We go up to 24.
I am.
What an
Iron
awkward
Man.
Juggernaut for him. Has the game sync between mobile and PC? I don't know. So we'll take another 4-cuber. This is the most outrageous climb I think I've done. Normally I climb very, very slowly. And then Battle Song, you said, saw the YouTube video and wanted to watch this live. Battle Song, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm glad that you could join us. And so I do think that the deck is still really strong. So I'll pull up my stats on it, my updated ones. But it's somewhere around, I'm running around a 70% win rate. So 35 games in, we're at 71% win rate, 1.51 average cubes gained per game, which is nuts for absolutely nuts for a Mr. Negative deck. It's bonkers. Did you ever get an answer on the basic arrow red guardian? I did not. So I even asked in the, I asked around a little bit in the Marvel Snap Discord. This negative deck is quite positive for cubes. It absolutely is. But so my gut tells me that if basic arrow doesn't stage the on reveal and it leans into the text, it needs to be not an on reveal. It needs to just be a card effect. Otherwise, getting silenced after revealing shouldn't. I wouldn't assume shouldn't impact it. But I never got an actual answer on it. It's a super niche thing. Kamar Taj could be big for us, and especially against the Arisham deck. We can stage Cassandra early. We do have Mr. Negative. New shop time. Ooh, I'll check it out right after we finish this one. So they go. Ooh, they do go with our Cassandra Nova that we gave them, with the Mirage, but it's all okay because that's going to make all of our cards free once we hit them with Mr. Negative. So let's go ahead and go Cassandra Nova. I'm going to snap into it. The Copycat, what did it steal from us? Psylocke, not a big loss. You said Iron Lad and Copycat has a weird? I haven't seen the Iron Lad one. What happens with Iron Lad and Copycat? So just a just a small 42 power Cassandra Nova. Let's go ahead and throw Mr. Negative onto the board. Crossbones comes into play. The free magic. You love to see it. We can go, it's some might say magical. We can go Mr. Negative or Jane Foster, magic. That leaves open 2 spots. We'll have 2 more turns, so we should be able to draw through our entire deck here. So we can go Wong and then Flood after that.
Taking aim. Taking aim.
So the Sunspot, the Hawkeye is pretty good here. We do get the Mystique, so we can copy our Wong, so it's going to trigger 8 times. 1 card left in the deck. It should be 2, because we're not going to... Oh yeah, 1 card left, because we're not drawing this turn. That's true. But even still, a big Ironheart could just obliterate. So I'm going to save the Ironheart, see what we draw next. Ideally, it's Sage. Oh wait, no, the bottom of our deck has to be Psylocke, right? So we always draw Sage because Copycat hits Psylocke, unless they somehow shuffle our deck. The Snapback makes me kind of fearful that they can have like a Legion.
Power must be controlled.
Okay. Wait, they played Snowguard? Oh, they sure did. I think we could have won if we played Ironheart. I didn't notice this one. That one's just... That one was a mistake on my end. Because if we did Ironheart, 8 triggers. Eight triggers of 6 each. Definitely would have won. Man, I'm kicking myself for not playing the Ironheart. So had they played the Snow Guard, I think I may have noticed, but on that one, it was generated by Shanna. Cables, you said I still have mod power. Promise not to use it. Only if you can use it for good. Welcome in, Cable. Hopefully the League event is live. So hopefully your flights and everything have went well and you're all settled in. And so with the shop rollover, we have Black Panther, which kind of looks like Batman. Like the color scheme of it gives me a very Batman-y vibe. Did League start yet? Yeah, they just started 4 minutes ago. And so if you don't play a match until hours or maybe 12, 24 hours from now, you'll get matched into a league of people that are just starting then versus if you start now. But it's up to you. I'm going to go ahead and jump in and start now, though. Doesn't sound or have quite the same ring, ook. You're flying home? Nice, Cables. So was it a business or was it, I guess, personal? Power comes great responsibility. Can you trust people with power? I think we can trust Cables with the power. Next up we have Dara. Let's see if he's still running the same deck. I know he was running this one yesterday. See if he still is, or if he switched it up. Anyone know the cheat for this one? I don't think anyone's broken it yet. There's still time. We still have plenty of time to break it open. The new Dracula one does look pretty good. Nightshade. And the DRG, so I have to play a game to join a league? Yeah, so you can log in. As long as you don't play a game, you won't be placed into a league. And so if you wait for 24 hours, you can't get launched into a full league. And so if it already has 12 players, then you're going to get placed into other players, even if it's matching like your play patterns. And so I know that in the last one, people in mine were around like 10,000, and Dexter played his first game, like he launched a stream like the following day, and his people, the highest one was like 500. And so definitely could be a strategy if you want to just save it till late and then surge play the last few hours. So we could do Jane Foster. That guarantees our Iron Man and Sage. I think we go ahead and lean into. Joining now gets you the sweats for sure. Yeah, we're going to match with the likes of like Dara and TLSG and all of those sweats. So the Wong, maybe I made the Wong decision. Cassandra Nova, so not the Sage because we got Cassandra instead. Wait, can't we just go super heavy into the left lane? Something like that. I think we'll be fine. They're going to have a really big Taskmaster Sage, but I think the double Iron Man maybe overshadows it, but it becomes really tough to judge or calculate. TLSG, biggest sweat for sure. I'm a pretty big sweat. Coming from games like old school RuneScape, where the whole game is just how much can you grind, and can you grind more efficiently than the other people? I do enjoy the grind. Quinnick. Quinnick, are you the Quinnick that I think you are?
I am
Welcome in, man.
Iron Man.
He said long decision line without interaction is A tier. So actually, I don't think we win that. It's just 88. I think they go well over it with like a Wong, potential Mystique, whatever it ends up being. Yeah, the Mystique. I think they win with a good Sage, maybe a good Sage Taskmaster.
I am Iron Man.
Hey, Quinnick, I'm glad that you could join us. Hopefully everything has been going really, really well for you. Yeah, the 32 power Taskmaster, they got 90 in the right. But not enough we can keep up with. Same deck. Yeah, I knew that Dara was running it yesterday. I matched into him one time during his long stream yesterday. And so I took a look at it after I matched into him. I was able to win the 4 off of him in that match. But I think he had a line that could have beaten me that he just didn't see. But I did get the retreat. And so then I decided to load it up. Because I do enjoy a good Mr. Negative build. And it's been ridiculously consistent. So the 2 right cards not playing wouldn't have mattered. The 2 right cards. So like holding them? I'm not sure I follow Wolver. Let's go with Ravona for a Sage. Still not sure that I follow. Is next week? So I think with the schedule for the over there, I think it's 2 weeks from now. So I think it's the 5th. I was looking back. I was trying to figure out when it should be loading or when it should come out. But I think it's typically 2 weeks. And then I think it's 2 weeks, and then you skip a week into the 3rd. Could be wrong, but I think it's the 5th. So nothing official. This is a snap. With the Onslaught Citadel, it's probably a snap. They do get the Loki, so they're going to have our resources to utilize. Weeks 2 and 4 of the seasons. Ooh, nice Chaos. I would be all for a little bit of change. Like, we have a pretty healthy meta, but there are still some decks and some cards that are a little bit more on the frustrating side. I'm going to go Psylocke. Ideally, we get Wong. Wong would allow us to do Wong Mystique into the big Sage, so we could go with that Taskmaster line. Otherwise, we're relying on the Iron Man stuff to go off. The Loki with extra turn. Yeah, Loki with extra turn can be problematic, but maybe we'll be all right. We could play the Iron Man, but I want to save it because I'd rather have the space to do Wong, Mystique, and then our Sage rather than the Iron Man. I think our game against Dara showed us that the Sage stuff is probably stronger or overpowers Iron Man. Don't have the Mystique anymore. They do get the big Ravona, but they're running out of space to play cards here. You get the big Taskmaster. So let's go Jane Foster. We're going to pull into the rest of our deck. And so the Ironheart, the Cassandra will go into our hand. We have the 2-cost Wong.
Snap.
Is getting Cassandra make negative cards cheaper. So it depends on when you get Cassandra. If you get Cassandra and so it does. So if you get Cassandra and then do Mr. Negative, your inverted cards are cheaper. And so Wong, I think, should be 1 here. I think it should be 1 here. But if you do it on the flip side, then no, they'll still be the same cost. So the good one-cost Wong. Can't go Wong with the one-cost Wong. I think Wong, Iron Man. Go with the big Sage. To Taskmaster. Sandra Nova, Ironheart, Sentinel. They could have an Iron Man of their own in the right. But since they can't really stack their cards well, I think we'll be better off. He means Ravonna. Wait, who means Ravonna, Agent? Not a big finisher. We should be able to grab the 4 cubes here. I think we're gonna go way over the top in the Onslaught Citadel. Order? Wait for who? Wolver said, so cast is already a word? Cast may be a word. Wait, did I do the... Cable, did I do the order wrong?
Victory.
Mystique Iron Man? We didn't have Mystique. We lost our Mystique to the Black Bolt. Sergeant, he said I made it up on the spot. It does work. I know Dexter was going around saying that the cards would Dexter fashion. But I think he was telling the opponents they would get sucked. And so I feel like I like cast better. Said my bad on phone. Wait, Cable. We don't have a white tiger either. I'm not. You're fine. You're okay, Cable. I'm just curious which one the one that you thought was white tiger was. iPhone small. Yeah, I think it'd be tough to watch some streams on phone. I appreciate you being here though. That is so confusing. Consummate, you said it's funny how many stay before a crazy last turn. I know. The reach that a Mr. Negative into Jane Foster can get is wild. Wait, Cables. Who are you timing out, Cables? You said you would use your power for good. Habits got timed out. I didn't even see Habits in the chat. Did they do something? Habits got big time timed out. I feel like you're just trying to you said you would only use it for good. So we do have Jane Foster, but it is 6 cost. We can go Psylocke, be able to play it next turn. I think if we do that, we also do something like Green Goblin to open up some space. He said I warned you not to trust people. People with power. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Oh, he did it. He said it. Oh. Homelander arc? It's your big time Homelander arc for sure. Where's Uncle Ben when you need him? Cables. I didn't realize you could remove the timeout, so I'm glad that you figured that line of it out. Let's go Jane Foster. We're gonna pull into Iron Man Mystique, so we'll still draw a card next turn, and so it's either gonna be Wong or it'll be Right. So Wong or Magic. Bust out the White Tiger Mystique. We do need to bust out the White Tiger Mystique. Oh, no, I missed the ads. I apologize, you guys. So ads are about to roll here. Habits. I'm sorry. Cables didn't mean to time me out. He's watching on his phone. But the ads are going to queue, I think, before the game ends. And then Judah, thank you for
Hey,
Judah
welcome.
Joe.
It
Thank you
took
so
you
much
long
for the
enough.
Prime sub and the support. I appreciate having you here. That brings us up to 1 for the day. Ad roll on turn 6. Yeah, I promise we're I promise. So turns out there was no turn 6. You guys didn't miss anything. It ended up being a retreat. You said turn that accident into self-promotion. Judah Joe, I appreciate you dropping the Prime sub. I'm not a big fan of ads either, and so I always try to drop a sub where I can. And then Pokemon Love said, "Who won?" I did. The opponent retreated. I'm not sure if you have ads or not, but Cables, yeah, trying to make right of his of timing out Habits with the gifted sub over to Habits. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Cables. Love to see a W indeed, Quinnick. So we have a Psylocke, Mr. Negative. We have it on curve, so I'm going to snap into it. The only potential issue becomes deep space or getting power into deep space. It might be that we might have to play a card over there and then hit it with like a Wong Mystique Ironheart to get power ramped up over there. Kenny Cook said was literally trying to gift him a sub and then got a message that I've been refunded. You gotta be faster than Cable. He was an absolute fear of the negative into Jane. Yeah. The amount of reach that can go. And then Kenny Cooks, you decided to pay it forward over to Wheaton Law. I appreciate you and appreciate the support. So Lemuria comes down. We're not going to get our negative on 3, unfortunately. Magic can't be used into deep space. So it might be that we eventually just drop our Psylocke over there. So for some reason with my account, I need to relink the untapped extension. So for some reason with my account, untapped hasn't been working, at least for like the commands. It was trying to mention Habits on being able to see better than I could. And then Kenny, thank you again for the gifted. So the big flood of cards here, we can go Magic to extend the game. I think maybe we go with. If Kate Bishop gave them Acid Arrow, we may be in a tricky spot. If that means I'm subbed to TLSG, then I'm very happy. Thank you. It does. So it's a sub to my channel. And so the biggest thing that comes with subs is you get access to the emotes. And so I'm working with somebody to be able to generate a few additional emotes. But the bigger thing is that you don't get any ads on the stream. So any pre-roll, any mid-roll, you don't get hit with any of them. So we have 2 turns. I think we just wait this one out, see what location they change. If they change Limbo, then we just push for an all-out into these 2. And then we did lose our Ironheart, so there's no way that we can reach over into the left. Cables coming in with the 10 gifted subs. My goodness, you're starting to storm off even bigger today. I appreciate the tier 1s and the positivity flowing around. I feel like hype train from a plane. Last time you solo carried us. I can't say you solo carried us. You hard carried us into a level 14 hype train, and so you launched us straight away into a level 4. So I appreciate it. If you picked up one of the gifted subs from Cables, make sure to thank them in the chat. So they did drop their hit monkey. Going into the last turn, we have our Wong. Might be Wong decision. We can always go Wong Sage. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, at least 20. Maybe a bit more. We have the Iron Man into Cassandra Nova. 5, 6, 7, 8. Be 16 in mid. I think both are potentially losable lanes, but it's still quite a bit that they have to anticipate.
Taking aim.
Apology subs? Cable, you don't have anything to apologize for. So the 17 power here.
I am.
We lose
Iron
this
Man.
by 1, right? Lose mid by 1. Had we shifted it around, we had a way to win. It's a big 8 cube loss. That was very much winnable. Then Makoto, you said plot twist. They make a mistake again on their iPhone and they gifted 1 instead of, or 10 instead of 1. It might have happened. And from what I've seen, he didn't charge back the he didn't charge back the ones from a couple of days ago. And so I think we can trust him. Cables, thank you for the additional gifted sub over to Cat Mouse 5. Huge support and positivity. And then Second City, picking the avatar for a pixel. And right after this game, I'm gonna say that I'll remember. But please like tag me or shout it out in chat at the end of the game, because I'm the worst at forgetting. Like as soon as the game ends, it's just like everything just disappears. And then Nightshade with the posture check, I appreciate you. And then shout out to Cables. Yeah, shout out to Cables. And that is why VIP, mod, whatever he ends up wanting, he deserves it for sure. So the Bishop comes down, the Kitty Pride. We're looking like another bounce deck. Having the throne room alongside like the Sage stuff can be so big. We can go Iron Man. We would be hoping for an eventual Wong. Go ahead and throw the Iron Man there. Cables is the man. Is absolutely the man.
Iron Man.
Sniper sub? Oh, for Cat Mouse? Yeah, it was the sniper sub. And then another sniper sub from Cables over to Waterboy, bringing us up to 15. I appreciate the support and appreciate you you hanging around. Is there a reason negative is trending? Noticed Dara playing it earlier too. So this particular negative deck, I think we could just play our Jane Foster for now. So this particular negative deck, I think just the meta is in a state where it does really well. It's probably one of the more flexible ones we've had, just with how explosive that last turn play is. It doesn't lean so heavily onto like negative with the Arnhem Zola, negative with Null. It leans much more onto like just that big explosive piece. If you don't get Mr. Negative, you can still get that play out. It's just a little bit like tighter on the curve. And so I think that this one has exploded because it is very flexible for being a Mr. Negative deck. And I think the meta just found itself into like a good spot for it. And then I do see Mobius rising up a bit in popularity. People finding ways to play him again. That or Lady Deathstrike. Lady Deathstrike can be so dominant against all of the small stuff that this deck likes to throw down or kind of stage out early. And so I think a deck that combines both of them could be in the brewing pipeline. So going into turn 7, depending on what we draw, I think we go Cassandra Nova, Psylocke. If we draw Wong, we could do Wong, Sage, Ironheart. It's not huge for us. Steek would be almost a dead draw as well. Go with this, see what happens. And then Anthony on the YouTube side, I missed your comment, but said, how's the stream going today? The stream is going incredibly well. We're climbing really quickly, really well. So we're having a good time doing it. Hopefully your day has been going well as well. So the big bishop comes in. As long as we don't have initiative, maybe we have a chance. Then Nightshade, you said, what's with all the gifted subs? I missed 5 minutes of the stream. So Cable decided to launch themselves into their Homelander arc and timed out a poor innocent viewer 1200 seconds, and then on his redemption arc came in and gifted a whole bunch of subs. So Cables in general is just a really generous viewer. So we can go Ironheart, we can go Sage, Taskmaster, but I don't think our Sage is going to be very big. I think there's a lot of ways that this one loses. If we had a backup of the Iron Man, maybe. We'll retreat out of it. And then Cables with the give up right. Yeah, we could give up. We could give up the right.
Escape.
But so they played a flood of cards last turn into the Beast to pull them back in. So we know that Bishop is going to get rather large. And I'm not sure that we can compete with them dropping like a Sasquatch and a Rocket and all of their other cards. So I think we just retreat out of it. And then Cables with the other additional 1 month tier 1 gifted over to Nightshade. I appreciate the support with the sniper gifted sub. And they're now repellent. They now have ad repellent sprayed all around them. With the hydrate reminder, I appreciate you, Doc. The double hydrate reminder. Gonna be very hydrated. Maybe I don't appreciate it. That's 4 hydrates. Got the hydration combo. It's the Wong Mystique. The Wong Mystique of hydration redemptions. Kino with the snap coming in. Chug. Now, on the next break, we will probably have a bio break. Wheaton Law coming in with the hydrate reminder as well. Change the water with some whiskey. This would be a very different stream if that was the case. Pixel Avatar. Oh, Knight. Thank you for the reminder. Ill with the hydrate reminder too. Might as well join in the fun. Absolutely. Oh, so they morphed into our magic. We will take it. Let's go Nightshade. Oh, I've already snapped from Kino. I'll snap into next game if you want, Nightshade. And then Red Star with the hydrate reminder. It might be that I need to increase the cost of hydration.
Taking aim.
Bringing a whole new meaning to a bottomless drink in this stream. You're not wrong. Why does he keep taking so many bathroom breaks? Kino with the hydrate as well. Do you use any beard grooming products? I don't. I'm very fortunate that it just happens to grow in pretty evenly and pretty well. And so I've shaped it up a little bit, but outside of that, just kind of naturally growing in. Should be a hydrate train. We are on a hydrate train at this point. Did that answer the question, Last Stand Griefer? Wait, I missed what the question was. It got drowned in all the hydration. Then Carne said waterboard and TLSG. Will only higher conquest count for Jeff League after? I think it should, Alvar, but I'm not. I haven't read for sure. And Cables with the additional 1 month gifted sub. I appreciate you and appreciate the support. Let's go Cassandra Nova. Maybe over to the left. And then Red Star, you said, hey, TLSG, can you give us a quick rundown of what leagues are? Yeah. I will here in just a second. Gonna need a cardboard cutout for the amount of time you'll be off camera. I know, I'll just play it from my phone, but have the cardboard cutout here. And then HD Crockett, thank you so much for the re-sub with your Prime for the 3rd month. He said, loving the content, keep it up. I appreciate you. You guys are the reason that I can do this. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to keep creating content. I wouldn't have been able to come back and start creating again. So I appreciate you, everybody that's here and hanging out. So we have the big Sage that we can drop next turn. I do kind of like the Iron Man here, but maybe it creates a little bit more flexibility if we play it mid.
I am Iron Man.
It was a green screen all along. It was a green screen all along. It's actually we appreciate you back. I appreciate that you guys allowed me to have something to come back to. Because it could have been just as easy that I came back and everyone had moved on and no one cared anymore. And then Cables with the gifted sub over to Kino. Everybody is going to get that ad repellent these days. So we don't have initiative. If they have Eliath and they play Eliath here, we lose. Otherwise, we should be okay. But I do think I think it's probably likely that they have the Eliath. What did Blob eat? Ooh, good call. Blob ate Eliath. So the question was Dino asking you if you used to stream Magic the Gathering. So I actually have never... Magic the Gathering is like the one big major card game that I've never been able to get into. I didn't have like a card shop nearby or any like friends that were close by that played. And so it was easier to jump into something like Hearthstone with that digital format. And so I never played Magic the Gathering outside of like a starter deck, which is just like the basic ones that I think the card shops give away for free. I didn't stream really much of anything else before Snap. Pixel reminder. Thank you, Edamame. Thank you for the reminder. I'll go do that now. And then Kino paying the positivity forward from Cables, gifting a 1 month gifted over to Ill. I appreciate all of the positivity that we have flowing around and that we always have in the chat and in our community. Let's change the avatar before I forget, because I'm the worst at being a goldfish on it. So you said anything Pixel. That Pixel Rhino looks decent. I guess for a Pixel it does. Let's switch the scenes for you. Is there a preference on the Pixel? You said M'Baku? It's been so long. Who claimed the second city? Said that's so interesting. I thought it would have been right up your alley. What's easier with a digital format? Yeah. It would have been right up my format, but I didn't have anyone that was nearby. Sabretooth? Okay. Since you claimed it, we'll do the Sabretooth, which just looks like he's here for a good time. Pixel Korg is a good one too. Kind of novice Hearthstone player getting to Marvel Snap. I think I'd say yeah. The crossover is pretty easy. The early game of Marvel Snap really kind of helps hold your hand and teach you like the different deck archetypes, and you honestly go against either bots or lower collection level players for a while. And so you can definitely transition over. And I think you should at least give it a shot if you're interested in it. Positive vibes, negative deck. Absolutely spooky font. Spooky font. That is very much up our alley. It's kind of what I gravitate towards, right? I always enjoy the decks that are the rudest. So it always ends up seeming like the most wholesome person seen. Thank you, Sleeper. The most wholesome of streamers ends up liking the worst decks. Then Space Wax. You said once I did and never went back. And then shouting out to I'm a Knight. I assume that was you, Cable. But I appreciate you throwing a shout out towards our opponent. Did they fix the win trading thing? They should have. I think they did, but also I want to go look at the rewards for this league because their blog post made it sound like it was just boosters for Jeff, which would not be worth it. You said TLSG, the nicest guy, the dirtiest decks. I don't know if anything has ever described me better in my life. So Copycat was Mr. Negative. Wait. Why would they Mr. Negative their own deck? It's craziness. Throw Cassandra, you said it was? You did, Cable. You did do a good mod thing. Rewards are purple border, mystery variant, Jeff boosters. Okay, I can... Wait, they released a purple? I know that purple was being requested or asked for. So purple may be worthwhile to grind out. Let's go Jane Foster right. I'll share a good deck with TLSG. He'll start putting all kinds of rude cards in it. You're right, Space Wax. Those are the ones that I enjoy the most. I couldn't tell you why, but they are. So we could go Iron Man Mystique. On our last turn, we do have the ability to go Sage Taskmaster. Is that overkill, though? I feel like that may be overkill. We're going to split them apart. Big Brood, the Sebastian Shaw should be fine.
I am Iron Man.
No, Space Wax, you're okay. You're all right. I censored it for you.
I am Iron Man.
No Wong. It would be Wong of us to do that. We can go Psylocke, Sage, Taskmaster. We go last, so unless they have an Alliath, I think we're okay. Which caught you with the posture check. You caught me all slumped over, so I appreciate the reminder. And then Quinnick, if you're still hanging around, if you were to check out Snap, right now they're doing Twitch drops. I don't know if you saw much about them, but Twitch drops. So just for being in any Marvel Snap stream and just having your Marvel Snap account linked to your Twitch account, you get progress towards free rewards in game. And so you get some credits, some boosters, and a free variant, which for you, for an early collection level, would unlock the card. So the Surfer comes down, and then the Absorbing Man, right? Oh, the Cosmo. So at least we still copy the 5-power? 5-power Sage could be fine. Oh, was diabolical with the Cosmo, but was just not quite enough to be able to get what they needed to get done, accomplished. There was a hope you just played Sage left. Yeah, a Knight. The Cosmo could have. It was a very good idea, especially with tempo. And you almost had us. I did like the Surfer into Cosmo line. Had it not been for that left location, it would have worked 100%. Space Wax, you said that reminds me. I do have a couple of dirty decks that are right up your alley. And so you're going to send them on Discord? All right, next up we have your boy JC. We do have Mr. Negative. So if we can draw into an enabler to get it down early, we have Jane Foster as well, so we would snap into it. Magic is decent. We can always Magic on 3, Mr. Negative on 4. Jane Foster to pull out all of the big cards. The only thing we worry... Ooh, Eternal's Arc is going to be where we change with Magic. We get our Wong, so Wong into Camartage. We have the Mystique as well. Into just the explosiveness of that last turn. Oh, I meant to look at the Jeff League. I'm telling you, Goldfish. In between games, it is... my mind goes to how quickly can we start another one. So the Hydra Bob comes down. We take away the Eternal's Arc so that the other locations don't get locked in. It's looking a lot like the Khazar Blue Marvel Boy Zoo style. Throw Mr. Negative down. Into maybe next turn we go Jane Foster, depending on what we draw. Big basic arrow with the double trigger. So the inverted Psylocke isn't huge. We can go Jane Foster. We pull Iron Man, Ironheart, Cassandra. 2 of those 3. We also have the means to set up into just like Wong Mystique stuff. But let's go ahead and play Jane Foster. And then Uncle Grubby said, how did you like the change to the Prism background? I like it. I think on certain cards it looks really, really sleek. Some cards it can end up being a little bit too much. But in general, I do really, really like it. So we do have the big Ironheart. I almost want to go Cassandra first into Wong so that next turn we can go Mystique, Sage, Mystique, Ironheart. We have the single trigger of Psylocke here, so we can always go Sage Taskmaster as well. So maybe that's the direction we go. Oh, Dino. You're right about the call out about order. I messed up the order to touch, and so now we definitely can't go Mystique. Oops. I think that kind of solidifies and locks in our Ironheart into Sage Taskmaster approach. Just a little unfortunate. So Ironheart, Sage gets huge, and then Taskmaster as that follow-up copy. If they have Eliath, we're in trouble. But that's just about every single time. I kind of want to pressure them here. If Sage goes off, it's going to go off 4 times. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 40 power. Taskmaster, it wouldn't really matter where we play it.
Victory.
But we do end up getting the retreat. And then Flip on the YouTube side said, what would be an alternative to Ravonna? Wolfsbane would probably be the closest, but it's not quite as explosive. You could also look to do the like Iron Fist, Dagger, Ghost Spider deck or line, and it might be all right. Oh, so they... Oh. I thought they took away the premium mystery variant. I thought I was first, but I'm 8th. So the premium mystery variant is still around. A lot of variants for everybody, which, I mean, as long as you engage with it a decent amount over the few days, I think that's decent. I'm not a huge fan of the... I guess the red mat is fine. But I'd almost rather have the purple. So Leagues is a 30-player time-limited event. I don't know if it counts. Do you guys know if they said anything about Conquest counting? And actually, before we jump into our next game, with all the hydration going around, I'm gonna run. Didn't seem to for you. I'd be curious if it counts in silver or up. What tier are you playing at, Gundam? With all the hydration, I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. He said on Reddit, some people say it was not working in Proving Grounds or silver. Ooh, so not sure about gold tier. And then a red star with the one follow-up, just hydration reminder. Doesn't count on gold. So I guess it just means a lot of ladder grinding. All right, so I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. All right, we're back. We're back. So we started off super strong with the deck. I lost a couple of bigger cube wagers, and so we're hovering around the same rank that we were. But 44 games in, I don't know if that counts as a loss or not. 44 games in, we have a 68% win rate with the deck. So whenever I ran to the restroom, I was looking at the comments on my last video that I launched, and one of them said deck is trash, which is such an interesting take. Like some decks don't win as often, but I feel like this one is very, very solid in what it can do. You said Gore will be so good with the deck. Gore in a Mr. Negative deck I think could be cool. It takes away that -3 downside, makes him free, but I'm not sure if it's too greedy or not. And so maybe that takes away the magic. Right now, magic is kind of that flex spot. And so maybe instead of magic, we go Gore. And it could be pretty good.
Snap.
So we have the Ravona, we have Mr. Negative. We have a lot of our big, good inverted cards still sitting in our deck. And so we're going to snap into it. Kitty Pride, the Rocket Raccoon does not trigger here. Tigrinithy, you said, TLSG, my man, sorry I missed 2.5 hours of your stream. I'll keep your channel up for 2.5 hours after you leave to make up for it. Tigrinithy. Very kind, but absolutely not necessary. If you are hanging out, I'll chat in like 2 hours after I end stream to see if you're still hanging out. And so Iceman comes down, it disrupts our Wong, which is a little unfortunate. But we do get Mr. Negative down. We can go Psylocke so that we can play the Wong. Maybe we go Psylocke, Cassandra. to make sure that their cards are negatively afflicted where we can. So Wiccan comes down. They'll have extra energy. But our Psylocke bounces to the right, which is right where we needed it at. And so for the league, I feel a little bit bad that the players that really lean into and enjoy Conquest, like there's some players that are Conquest exclusive players, like they don't play ladder at all. I feel bad that they're not able to participate in the leagues. Quinnick, he won my first match, basically a pro. Keep at it. Keep at it, and one day I'll see you creating content too. It's very fun, and so whenever I first picked up Marvel Snap, it was very similar to what someone else said. I picked it up, and I got hooked on it very, very fast with how quick like the games are and how snappy everything is. I ended up playing it and just never stopped. Gundam, you said I already reached infinite. I don't want to contest sweats high above the ladder, so I only play Conquest. Yeah, and a lot of people, that's the direction a lot of people do go. And then, oh snap, Dave, you said first time joining you. Love your videos. Sage or Speed? I would say Sage. Sage has been relevant for a couple of months now. Speed is a good value card, but it's nothing fancy or nothing crazy. And so I think you can very much go with Sage and be comfortable. So I think we go Wong mid. We have the most cards that could potentially, I guess it's only, right now it's only 2. However, over here, it'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, potentially 10. Let's go Wong to the right. That's a big left lane for him. Raccoon, do they ever beast that back in? Because they haven't dropped beast yet. Big hit monkey. I do foresee a beast coming back, yeah. But I feel bad for people who don't have Jeff trying to do the Alliance bounties. Yeah, this week it is very tailored and focused on Jeff. So if you don't have it, I do feel a little bit bad. So we do get the Iron Man. So we can go... We dodged initiative. We can go like Iron Man. Big Sage. Big Taskmaster. Ironheart. I think we call it a day. And then Pones Alone with the 2-month Prime resub. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support. Oh man, the big rocket. Do we overpower that with the Sage? I think a double Sage is fine there. We also actually I think we get the we get the casserole. Never mind. I don't know why we're sweating it. But I appreciate you being here, Pones Alone. Thank you for 2 months. And then Nazdo, you said, hey TLSG, been a long time fan. It's good to see you streaming. Just watched the video on your YouTube with this deck. Who would you recommend changing out for Cassandra? I never picked her up because I refused to play Deadpool's Diner when it released. Having a bit of regret now. So Cassandra can be kind of tricky. I'm gonna pull up my card list and look at the 3s. Because Cassandra gives us extra protection against Arishem builds, which are still decently common. And so she gives us a really big power play against those. Outside of that, she's, in general, I guess Arishem and Loki. Outside of that, she's just okay. So there's not a fantastic direct replacement. You could potentially go with a Rogue if you're seeing a lot of other, like, ongoing cards. You could go... I think Rogue Wolfsbane would probably be the direction I would go. Either one of those two. If you wanted to be really mean and you were seeing a lot of negative, you could go Mobius. But I think I would try Rogue if I'm seeing ongoings. And if not, try the Wolfsbane. It won't quite be as good. And you might also maybe look to restructure the deck to include like the movement cards of the Iron Fist, Dagger, Taskmaster. Because doing an Iron Fist onto a Wong will make your Dagger move across the entire board. It'll make it move twice into a really big Taskmaster. So that could be a direction that you go as well. But I think this one's a bit more consistent. Is the new league even exploitable? I don't know. Or the new league event. I don't know. I think that they just completely shut off Conquest. And so I'd say no. But I've been surprised before. And then Red Star, you said, have an awesome stream, 6 a.m. here, so time to get some shut-eye. My goodness, Red Star. I appreciate you hanging out into the wee hours of the morning with us. But hopefully you get some good shut-eye. Black Panther for the old combo. For the good old combo. I mean, you could. It's just hard to get both like the Taskmaster and that down. So you have to stage the Black Panther a bit early. Really wish I picked her up now. But I'll keep the suggestions in mind. Yeah, no problem, Nasdo. Is it advisable to wait a day before joining the league? If you... I mean, I think that's probably the easiest so that you don't have to grind for 2 days straight. I'd say yeah. Because last league event, I started or jumped in like as soon as it launched. And then I played for like the full 48 hours. And my league ended with like 20,000, 30,000. And then I saw a Dexter launch a stream about 24 hours after it started. Maybe it was more closer to like 36. And you can't join a league that is already full. And so you get placed into a new set. And so if there's only a handful of people that start at that point, then like you have a much easier climb. So I think in general, it'd probably be easier to hit those max rewards if you do. But I'm too tuned into Snap. I feel like I couldn't go 36 hours without an accidental game. Just completing my missions or whatever it ended up being. So the Kate Bishop, they go ahead and lock out that right lane with the double demon and then the Pim arrow. And then Laris Doc with the snap redemption. Let's go ahead and snap back on him. We do have Jane Foster. We do have good old Iron Man, so we can pretty much win the right lane off of that. And that gives us room to draw into Mystique, Taskmaster, guaranteed. So both of those are going to be free. We get a secondary free Iron Man. Unless we draw Wong, then maybe we... Safe to play Conquest? I think so, because Conquest isn't adding points. Ooh, the Mobius coming in. Really detrimental for us. And that would be why they snapped us. But...
I am Iron Man.
What big do they have going in mid? Because they're -5 right now. So I think this is enough. Maybe. It's a lot of one-cost cards. Do they ever have Khazar? Khazar would be 1, 2, 3. Bring it up to 22. Blue Marvel, on the other hand, would win Time Theater. Maybe instead of Sage, I go Ironheart. We already get the double up in the left lane. I think I'm afraid of I guess Blue Marvel, they'd still lose here. Blue Marvel, a 1-cost, like Ant-Man, maybe they can get it above. Annihilus? Maybe Annihilus. See what their play was. Could be Annihilus to send us the negative hood out of Thunderbolts.
We are the future.
Magneto does it as well, but they lose mid. What a strange 8-cube stay.
Victory.
Because they could... I don't understand it. We'll get it. We'll take the 8. But I don't understand it. I bought Ajax for 6K, and I'm not disappointed. I enjoy Ajax. Ajax is quickly becoming one of my go-to cards. It's quickly becoming one of my go-to cards for just any of the decks that I end up finding that I have like the most control in. Typically tend to be like the Ajax stuff. And so I've been enjoying it quite a bit too. Much more than I thought I would. When it first came out, I was really, really low on Ajax. 3 lanes gameplay? Yeah. Quinnick. The 3-lane gameplay is really fun. It's so fast that the games are really, like, they're addictive because they're so quick and you churn through them so fast. So we have Great Web. I think we want to turn that one off. We do have Wong. I think we're just going to magic into Great Web and we'll go from there. Oh no. The Nocturne can turn off our Limbo. Is Black Panther Zola outdated? Black Panther Zola I think falls more often than it doesn't. And so I'd say they're a little bit outdated for sure. We can go ahead and stage the Wong. They always turn off Limbo, but this deck doesn't always require it if we can get our cards set up ahead of time. Plus with something like either Utopia on the board or Ravona, might be all right.
Opponent snapped.
Let's go Mr. Negative. Yeah, and so the biggest issue with Black Panther Zola is how telegraphed it becomes. It can put out some crazy power, but it does become very telegraphed. Cosmo, we're seeing an uptick of Cosmos. And then Balteef resubbed with their Prime membership for the 2nd month. He said, keep up the great work, enjoy the streams and YouTube. I appreciate you, Balteef. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So with Mr. Negative, we can go Jane Foster, and then maybe we just throw Rock over here. We're going to pull out... all of our cards that are left in our deck are free. We've already drawn the Korg Rock. So as long as they can't clutter us mid, we might be all right.
Iron Man.
Then Zon Aster, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Said, oh no, you're playing Mr. Negative? Please don't make a video for it. Sir French. I have some bad news for you, French. There's a deck already floating around out there. It's too late. You can't unbottle what we have brought upon the world. So I almost want to do something like Ravona and skip. Wait, turn 6. They can turn off Limbo. This lane becomes almost unwinnable. I don't know that this ever does it. Just a single trigger for the Sage. Depending on if they play into Vibranium Mines, Cassandra could be okay. Let's go Taskmaster, Cassandra. Let's go Ironheart first. Cassandra. I think this is the Cope stay. Ryan, yeah, I don't think we can win it. They turn off Limbo. That's automatically another 4. They have a Hawk. This deck typically will run Hawk, and so Vibranium Mines hurts us a lot. They just move the Nocturne, drop the Hawk, and I think we're in a dead loss. You're gonna get torched by 50,000 power Hawk. I don't think you're wrong there. I think you're very much right. So Quinnick, having just started, a lot of the players that you'll face pretty early on will be bots. Typically they'll have like pretty standard sounding names, so like Bradley or Bob, but that's not always the case. How good is your PC? I mean, so it's okay. There's a couple pieces that I do need to update. My graphics card is so I used to mine Ethereum, so my graphics card is pretty high end. The piece that would be lagging behind would be maybe the motherboard or the CPU. Otherwise, it's pretty up to date. I was able to play Baldur's Gate 3 all the way through. You're telling me Benjamin wasn't a human? I'm afraid to break it to you, Quinnick, but I don't think Benjamin was a human. Then, sir, you said I'm going to see a lot of Enchantresses soon? Yeah. I think a lot of Enchantresses, a lot of Mobius, a lot of maybe even Shadow King to offset some of the scaling that you do. So once the deck is out and about, I think we see a lot of that. Baldur's Gate 3 is super addictive. Quinnick, I played through it only one time, but that one time was on Honored mode, and it was towards the end after having sunk, hours and hours and hours into it. It was so stressful that I didn't play it again after I beat it. I did the one playthrough, and that was enough for me. And then Ook, you said I'm playing it right now. It's a very fun one. I'm sad that I've already played it and experienced it, because it's one of those games that is really, really engaging, really fun, and almost revolutionary with like how detailed it can be. So no Ravona. If we draw Ravona next turn, great. If not, we might be in a bit of trouble. Do you have any recommendations to replace Speed or Sasquatch in your blood deck from the other day? So Speed could be... It was the Mockingbird Sasquatch one, right? So Speed could end up being a copycat or just another good solid value 3 cost. Sasquatch is a little bit trickier, but I have seen some people play Havoc instead of Sasquatch in similar builds, and they were able to do okay with it. We do get lucky with the Ravona top deck. We just need to get lucky one more time with the Sage. That would give us everything that we need to be successful here. Sir Shady, you said Baldur's Gate 3 is one of those games that I wish I could wipe from my memory to experience the first time again. Yeah, exactly. Because it was like so good and so in depth and so thought out. That's one of those that like you play it again, yes, it's still good, but it can't match the first time. You sent me four dirty ones for a good guy. I'm gonna clarify that you sent me sent me a combination of 12 cards compiled into decks.
All systems
not any
go.
other dirty ones. But I do appreciate it, Space Wax. So it's a big hit monkey. We do get Sage, which is great for us. We can go huge Sage, huge Taskmaster. Right now it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 32 power. And once they get done playing, it should be a little bit more. Said one of them has a crazy high win rate that no one's playing. Ooh, Space Wax. You've piqued my interest. Which one is the one that no one's playing? The one that's 87% win rate? Goodness. So hit monkey mid. 24 power sage. Should be able to outscale their barely, but we were able to outscale their massive monkey. We'll take it. And they avoided the left lane to make sure they weren't giving Sage any food to get bigger. So they played that one well. We just had just barely enough reach to be able to make it possible. The Clog Dagger Man Thing package. I do enjoy that one. For whatever reason, I didn't enjoy the Ajax Dagger like semi-clutter deck as much as I do other decks. And then Balteef, oh yeah, I did. I was gonna say I don't remember if I called out your sub or not. But we have Castle Zemo. We have our Mr. Negative. I'm gonna go ahead and throw a snap. We're back to climbing. See what our stats are so far with the deck. Almost 50 games in, 67.3% win rate. So at a certain point, we have to stop claiming streamer luck and just start counting it as a good deck. It was a 50% deck for me once. I got enough sample size. Said Ajax Clog can, but it frequently just didn't come through. Yeah, yep. And that's what I was seeing in most cases. Ooh, if we get Mr. Negative, Sakaar pulls into Jane Foster here. Perfect. Probably won't happen. 25% chance to. %25 chance for that to happen too. Like Cassandra after the Mr. Negative instead of before. It's a bit unfortunate. All right, we do have Jane Foster, so we can always go Magic. We open up the line for like Jane Foster. 1/5. They go Mr. Negative as well, which they got from Loki. So we know that they are going to be hooking some pretty solid play lines up. I think it'll mainly come down to who has initiative going into the final turn. But we have Taskmaster. Let's play Jane Foster mid. I want to leave enough room for a potential... Oh no, we lost our Mystique. Rough. I want to leave enough room for, I guess, Wong, Ironheart, Sage then. But the Ajax stuff, from what I found, was that a lot of times it ended up sometimes exploding power, but a lot of times it ended up just being like not quite enough to get the job done. If you don't draw negative Wong by 4, what do you do? If you don't draw either of those by 4, sometimes you'll throw out your magic to extend the game, and then it just becomes kind of a flexible play line from there. It depends on if they're running an Arsham deck. If you have Cassandra, it pivots quite a bit. But like the biggest power pieces are definitely those two. But it can still perform well outside of it. So let's go Wong. I think Wong, we'll go Iron Man to the right. Here we can go Big Cassandra, which ends up being 18. This ends up being 2, 4, 6, 8, 16 or more. Into Taskmaster, Ironheart. Oh wait, it's turn. Oh my goodness, it's turn 6. I was thinking it was the last turn. In that case, just gonna skip. We'll just do what we were gonna do, but we'll just do it next turn instead. Okay, so I actually said I really have about having Man Thing plus Sage plus Dagger. Has it other ways to win? Yeah. We are capped out here, which is a bit unfortunate. Wong. I think we still go with the same line. Wong. Iron Man over to the right. Place a big Cassandra. Big Sage. Big Taskmaster. Ironheart. Sir Frenchie said, I was about to say, don't intern on that. I thought it was the last turn for a second. I forgot about my own limbo. We'll take the 2-cube retreat. I'm guessing they just didn't quite get enough of our pieces to make it possible, but down to rank 2 or 171. At one point we were quite a bit lower. Ooh, coming up on first for the league too. I'm curious how much grinding people are going to do now. Because on the last one, the numbers were outrageous. What was the max reward for this one? The max reward was Premium Mystery Variant, the Jeff Boosters, and then 3 matte red borders. Next up, we have Giga Willard. What's 5% of 4 hours? I don't know. I don't know, Arkin. I'm not for sure. It's not a whole lot. Maybe 20 minutes? I don't know. You can times the 5 by 60. So 300 minutes times 0.05 for 5%. So it's 15 minutes. It's a quarter of an hour. So Bucky Barnes, let's go ahead and do Magic into Bar Sinister. Oh. But not 15, it was 12. My maths was wrong. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for checking out the math. So they did destroy this lane. We have a turn 7. I think we go Wong. We stage a Mystique next. Should be all right. If we're asking math questions, what is pi to 37 digits? All that I ever learned was 3.14159. And then I feel like maybe 8.6 was the next couple, but those are much. Whoa, Lord Emo Stash was all over it. Did someone say pi? Someone did say pi. Let's go Mystique to copy the Wong. I'm going to throw Psylocke into her own lane. Or 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I'm going to save the Psylocke. I'm going to play it on 6. That way we can do Sage plus Taskmaster on 7, even without a Ravona. Pumpkin pie is the best. So I like a super obscure pie that's essentially just really thick chocolate pudding. But I like chocolate pie. I don't know that I've ever had key lime though, Battle Song. Mr. Negative super late. We could get lucky and get the Iron Man. So I think we go negative, we go Psylocke. That allows us to big Sage, big Taskmaster. Hope for the best. Why aren't you snapping? I don't know. I was too busy thinking about pie, which you brought up, Schwax. If we're doing math question, oh man. Like, I enjoy math, but then there's the forms of math that just go beyond my understanding of numbers that some people do have. Did I not end the turn? I could have swore I did. But if you Wong, Mystique, Odin, Silver Surfer on all 6 lanes, how long until I quit out? As soon as you see the Odin turn over. Matt starts adding letters, that's where I'm done. Maybe we can get Iron Man out of the Mr. Negative. But I wanted to at least feign as if we didn't have a very strong like finisher. So our Ironheart right now is going to be 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 32 minimum. If they play anything else here, it can go a little bit higher. So then I think we follow it up with Taskmaster left. Call it good. They could have Death. They could have Null. But I don't think they've destroyed enough for it to be worthwhile for them. They could have Lady Deathstrike. Lady Deathstrike in the right would destroy us. But fortunately, that's not what they had. What would be a good sub for Sage? A good sub for Sage, I don't know that there's a good sub for it, but a sub for Sage would end up being like Wolfsbane. Wolfsbane would be okay. Had they dropped Death over in the left as well,
Victory.
they would have won by 1. Definitely a tough line to find though. Good snap, Schwax. Thank you for the snap reminder. Sometimes I just go into autopilot and just keep playing and forget that I need to do the snap thing. That does put us into second. So maybe this time we'll be able to get the premium variant. Otherwise, we should be able to almost guarantee a regular one. But it does look like it is time for a quick set of ads. And so Lord Emo Stash, you said might have been asked before, but always wondered, what does TLSG stand for? So there was a point in time where I played competitive Call of Duty back in the like MLG days before esports had a really, really big scene. I played Call of Duty and I was the sniper of the team. So that was my role. We played Call of Duty 4. The Search and Destroy was the game mode that was played. And I kind of scouted out, picked off people where I could. But my main thing for the team and that my main value was information. And it always seemed like so much fun to be up in close action with all of the like running and gunning. And so I expressed that to my teammates that I wanted to be able to be up in action, but I knew that nobody else on our team could run the sniper role as well. And so like I sucked it up, but I did let my voice my want or desire to at some point be able to rotate into a more action-packed role. And of course, guys being guys, they decided to poke fun at me about it. They said that I was, the lonely sniper guy back in the back with no friends to be able to run around with. And so instead of, letting it get under my skin, I decided that I would shorten it, and it started as a joke in my clan tag as TLSG. But from that point on, I kind of took those letters or that acronym and just put it into any game that I started from there. And then when I started the Snap channel, it kind of just went along with it. But we're going to run to a really quick set of ads, and then we will be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Hernandez said 10 out of 10 delivery. HD Crockett said, I think this is the third different story I've heard. It is the name of many meanings. So the rewards are borders and variants. Let's go ahead and keep going. See if maybe we might be able to crack back into top 100 again. Laris Doc with the timeout. I thought I copied this earlier. Let's see. With the timeout. We'll see you after you have some time to think about what you've done. Edamame with the snap. We'll go ahead and oblige. We do have the Ravona, so not a bad hand to start snap on. We don't have Mr. Negative, so we don't know if we're going to be able to have it. But at least we have the Ravona to get both like a Sage Taskmaster line down. The M'Baku comes in. Do you think Gwynpool is worth 6,000 just for the Surfer deck? I think Gwynpool. I don't know. I don't have Ebony. Oh my goodness. I don't have Sebastian Shaw. So it's hard to say for sure because I haven't ran the most optimal version. I do enjoy Gwynpool in a handful of builds, so I think it's definitely a card worth having. But 6,000 is pretty steep. I'd almost rather spend that 6,000 on an Ajax or any other big role players that you're missing. And Schwaks, I think that's a good point. It depends on how many tokens. Like if you just hit 6,000, I think there's probably better things to drop them on. So the Kitty Pride coming down in mid. Where's the Jeff emote? I don't know. I don't know, Doctor. Maybe they just give everybody a Jeff emote. But I'm not sure where it's at. I really wished, I was hoping that there would be an emote available. So we can go... Wong. Could be Wong, but it could be right as well. They should get everyone a Jeff emote variant. Doctor. There is like a -5 chance that they'll give everybody a Jeff variant, because giving away the variant gives away the card too. And so even if they don't currently have it unlocked, it gives away the card. So I can't see them doing it. It'd be nice, but I don't think we ever do. So hide the Taskmaster. I'm hoping that I did see a bug report that they potentially messed up the Taskmaster or the way that Invisible Woman or Dark Dimension works with the latest patch. I'm gonna hope that it's correct though. We'll hide the Taskmaster so that we can play it later. The Blink comes in into Big Blue Marvel play. I run Surf more than anything, and I almost always cut Gwynpool. Yeah, I think Gwynpool is a very specific version of Surfer for sure. So Mr. Negative on the last turn is not what we want to see. Go Ironheart, Sage. Sage gets decently sized into Iron Man. We're gonna lock in.
Behold my mighty hand.
So Onslaught to double up on the Blue Marvel is big, but we do have a 20 power Sage, so we're gonna have a 20 power Taskmaster, or we should, and then we have the Iron Man coming down in that lane as well. So we win right, we win mid, we will take the 4. No, we don't take the 4 because of the Iron Man. Had we played Jane Foster instead, their Super Scroll came in very, very big for them. Had we played Jane Foster, we would have won it. But instead, we lose the 4. Yeah, big oof, woo boy. Big woof. And then Ale, you said the only money I spend on this game is the season pass. Never missed since the Zabu month. It's less than a movie and popcorn. Yeah. And even if the card for that month is bad and something that you don't find yourself or don't think you'll find yourself ever playing, the credits and gold and currency that you get from the season pass always helps make it almost worthwhile. Everything is less than a movie with popcorn. My goodness, Rays. So I went to the movies for the first time since COVID, like in theaters for the first time since COVID. And I took me, my wife, my daughter, and my son. It was so expensive. Like definitely not something that we could do all the time. My rent is less than movie and popcorn. You may not be wrong, edamame. You may not be wrong. Less than just the popcorn? Yeah, less than just the popcorn, too. Once upon a time, there used to be... God, I used to go to the movies each week, and it was like $5. What's up with all the themed popcorn buckets? So I think it starts... So I've only seen 2. I saw the one from Dune, which I think they did as like a publicity thing to like generate buzz for the movie. And then it was unfortunately shaped. And of course, Deadpool being kind of a troll, I think they did their own version, kind of poke fun at it. But those are the only 2 I've seen. So we have our Iron Man. We have a free Iron Heart. Cassandra Nova can be pretty good with their Loki line. I think we go Iron Man for now. You know what? I'm going to go Iron Man to the left. Can't believe Dune did that. I know, Sir Shady. I don't know who approved it, but they were...
I am Iron Man.
I mean, it got a lot of buzz. And so you can't blame them too much. So as it is right now, I think we skip. That way we have the option to do a Mystique as the Iron Man, or if we draw into it, we can do Wong and do the Mystique as Wong. And then Ritro, you said, can I ask what TLSG means? There's a lot of there's a lot of meanings. The true one is that live stream guy. So short and sweet. About 8 months to a year, no, about 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, I launched a channel on Twitch, and I thought it would be really funny if somebody found it and they were telling their friend, and it was, hey, have you seen that live stream guy? I thought it'd be really funny, really clever. But I only did it for about a month. But during that month, chat shortened the name, that live stream guy, to TLSG. And so for whatever reason, I kept that with me as I switched from game to game. And I didn't even think about it whenever I started this one. So Wong, Mystique, Ironheart. We can also go Mystique to copy the Iron Man. I think we're going to go with this.
Victory.
When did we start talking about the Dune popcorn bucket? When somebody asked why so many people have been doing... It started with Barbie. Did Barbie do one? They did buckets, and then Dune went along with it too. Somebody asked why so many people were doing popcorn buckets lately. And then I did see the Deadpool Xbox controllers. Those look pretty cool. Is this like the Joker, where you give a different answer every time? I wouldn't say every time. The true meaning has definitely been told. So this guy may or may not be my hero. So this is, if you guys haven't seen it on the other, it's somebody that's popping up in a lot of streamers' channels lately. They are a collection level 1 account that is decently high ranked at the very least, because they're matching into, I've seen them on Dara's, I saw them on Dexter's. And so collection level 1, the only cards that they've been able to unlock, because at 1, I don't know if you guys remember when you started, at collection level 1, you can't even at this point complete the recruit season pass. And so you can't unlock any new cards. You can't play Conquest, because Conquest is locked until after you complete the recruit pass. Unless they did it maybe before the missions changed, but I don't think so. What they can do is they can buy season passes. They can go into like the Twitch drops, do the different events. So I know that they have Devil Dino. I know that they have Nick Fury, because he was given away at one point. They have Loki. They have Cassandra Nova, because they were able to pick that one up for free. And so this guy may or may not be my hero, because he's level 1, but he's definitely put in time well before profiles were visible, so he was just doing it to do it. So they go with Loki on on Curve, and they counteract our Cassandra Nova, unfortunately. Let's go with Mr. Negative for now. Wholesome plus White Queen from that summer bundle. Yeah. Level 1 plus Loki is a great way to play. I agree. When did that Dino emote come out? It came out at, I think, Reset. It came out. It's a 1-year PC celebration. If you log in on the PC, it should be in your mailbox. So this is so funny. Good on that guy. I know. When I first saw it, of course, my first thought was like, how is this even possible? But it definitely is a possibility. So, Wong, Mystique, Ironheart. Wong, Mystique, Ironheart. Wong, Mystique, Ironheart, Sage. Might be able to win us mid. Couldn't they buy bundles? And I don't think they can use collector tokens, though. Because if I remember right, from when I ran through on the alt account, you don't unlock Series 3, like the caches, until you get to collection level, I want to say 500. And so you wouldn't really be able to do, like, you don't have your collection shop because you haven't completed the recruit season pass. You don't have the caches, so even if you bought a bundle with a key, I don't think they'd be able to open anything. And so this guy definitely put a lot of thought into like his account before like as he was playing it. So it's a very unique way to play. Wong, Mystique, Shaw, Ironheart. Wong, Mystique, Shaw, Ironheart could probably be pretty big. So the Mystique comes down, the Nick Fury comes down. And so with our Ironheart, we should be able to win in Warrior Falls. With the quadruple trigger of Sage should be enough as well. How'd they get Loki? Season Pass. And so they can buy, they have access, wait. Without completing the recruit season pass, maybe a good question. I mean, they were able to pull the it from there. I think it was from the season pass, because it's the base one. It's not an avatar. Like this one was the one that was given away on PC launch for the Twitch drops. So either way, this is the first time I've matched into him. I've just seen pictures and other people that ran into him, but I think it's a really cool like challenge account that they have. So then they have Cassandra Nova. They probably have Kitty Pryde as well, because that was given away for free. And I was looking away what's special about the guy. He's collection level 1. And so his account, he's never upgraded the card outside of the one that it forces you to during the tutorial. So after your very first match. And so when I tell you guys, I'm excited about like, how that guy was playing. I started an account a couple of days ago whenever I first saw it to kind of theory craft like how it would even be possible, because I was wondering if I'd be able to do something like Conquest and unlock the Conquest variants. And you can't. And so it really limits what and how you can acquire cards. So the mini game of figuring out how he got each card is just as fun as actually playing against him. I agree, Hernandez. Definitely one of my favorite accounts. No Cosmo for Shang-Chi. In this deck, we typically don't have initiative going to the final turn. And so if we do, we have 2 other lanes that are bigger. Then Lord Emo, you said, to be frank, I play about as good as if I was collection level 1. Some days I do as well. Bastos comes down. It comes down very fast. Let's go ahead and go Mr. Negative. We have Wong that we can use next. We don't have magic. If we do draw it, we're going to play it into mid. Okay, speaking of. We drop it this... We play it. Looking more and more like we end up going something like Wong, Mystique, Ironheart instead of Wong, Mystique, Sage. I guess maybe not. Maybe we just play it patiently. We're going to play it patiently. I would love to see you play more Thanos. Hey, I'm so glad that the Thanos deck worked for you. Play Sage for some hand space. I thought about it. That way we could draw into our zeros a bit easier. But we don't need the hand space because we get exactly what we needed in the Taskmaster line. So they have Sarah. We have Wong. Next turn will be Mystique, Sage, Taskmaster. Maybe we can also hit the Ironheart in there as well.
Oh, snap.
Galactus? Oh, no. We would lose to Galactus, I'm pretty sure. We're not going to lose like that. We have to resist the Galactus line for sure. That I accidentally started a game and my league is sweaty ill. That is unfortunate. I'm glad that the big boy, like the big Thanos deck worked for you. It's one of those that you kind of have to play patiently, because even though you're putting out really big numbers and big stats, there's some times where it's just not going to pull through for you. Now, if they have a Cosmo, it could be cooked. It was impossible to type that out. My cat won't let me type. And so the Gwyn pool comes down. Do we think they could have a Cosmo? I mean, it's about 4 p.m. my time, so I don't think it's beyond imagination that they'd stop to have a drink. We can do, if we're worried about Cosmo, we can do Mystique Sage, 2, 4, 6, 8 times 2 would be 16. Into the 16 here. But they probably have Killmonger. If in doubt, Galactus. Galactus and Syndit. I feel like the last time I respected an Alioth or whatever else, we got got. Cosmo's not super common right now. Send it. Okay, Killmonger, we're fine so far. Yeah, it's Cosmo. That's the only reason they would play... No, Surfer, okay. I was going to say that's the only reason they would play Killmonger first there, but the Killmonger Surfer Absorbing Man is huge. From Captain Salami, we're coming in, we're copying the Wong, triggering the Sage an absurd number of times. And so they may have gotten their good roll. We have a 40 power Sage, so that's a lot of spice. He will We'll take the 8 cubes, and we'll go jump over into the next one. GeForce, you said been a fan for a few months. Just curious what TLSG stands for. It's a name of many meanings, but the true origin is actually I typed it out for you. It's a name of many meanings though, so it's one of those that has a different meaning to everybody that you ask. Next up, we have Dara. We'll see if he's still running the same deck. He ran it yesterday and was still running it a bit today, so he may still be pumping the same one. Captain Salami, welcome in. Very, very good game. It could have. I was worried about a Cosmo. That's what I was like debating over in my head was if you had Cosmo or not. I wasn't expecting that combo. It's one that is so big that I think we start seeing it a bit. Please obliterate Dara for me. Most of the time, Dara ends up obliterating me. Last night, I did beat him off stream when I was just recording. I was able to steal 4 cubes from him. I was running a War Machine deck, and I was able to pull it home. So it does look like he's with Makari. I want to say that it's probably closer in line with like Ultron Sandman. And so I'm going to go ahead and drop Cassandra. Ooh, they dropped Cassandra as well. I feel like I hear a new TLSG story every time I connect. Yeah, exactly. Exactly wild. Maybe a Surfer deck? Maybe. But it could also be the sandiest of men. Not with that Red Hulk. It's true. Takeo, you said just came from a stream. Won't spoil anything. Takeo, I appreciate it. With that snap, honestly, it might be worthwhile to retreat. Could potentially get an Iron Man into Mystique. Could do us some good. I think I hold Magic for next turn. Nocturne can be really big, giving them that reach into Sanctum Sanctorum. Let's drop the Magic now. Into the Sandy Man. But that's why I like to drop Magic 1/5 against suspected Sandyman decks. That way they blow their combo early. And not that I think we may still not be able to win. I don't know for sure, because we don't have a lot of space in like on our board. We don't have the Iron Man line. I guess we could go like just Ravonna, and then hope for. Oh, we don't have Mystique either. Maybe Ravonna would be a mistake. So big boy Red Hulk coming down in mid. I don't think we're going to be able to stop it. We didn't get to set up any of our big plays. The spacing constriction was huge. And then we get the Mystique. So not much we can do about it. It would be a mistake to stay. We'll jump out. Let Dara have the 2. We'll go into a new one.
Escaped.
And then Takeo, thank you for jumping in. But the Sandman, we had the prediction right, but unfortunately with how tight those locations were, we just didn't have a lot of room to do anything. So to me, TLSG means comfort streamer. I could see that. I could see that, General Sergeant. And then Nazdo, you said, honestly, TLSG, I've been trying out this deck without Cass and with Rogue instead. And even if I don't hit the Mr. Negative line, I feel like there are still some great outs. Yeah. Yep. And I think that's the biggest strength for the deck and the biggest consistency piece is that this deck even if you don't hit the negative, you can hit like the Wong line, or maybe even you just go with the value of like the Iron Man into Mystique into Sage stuff. But FM, you said, I prefer your style of Thanos. It feels so much better than Lockjaw. He's second best boy, but it's so clunky sometimes. Yeah. But Thanos is now your favorite? Huge. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. Because Thanos is one, he's in a pretty tough spot right now. Just because of how much, mainly because of how much like light or easy clutter tools we have. That it's not always easy to do something consistently with it. Let's go ahead and play Cassandra Nova into Crown City. So we were unfortunately doomed. Yeah, we were unfortunately doomed, Takeo. And Horror Story said, hey TLSG, guess you only get league points on ladder now. That's what it sounds like. And then F Merc, or F Merrick. Hopefully you can grab a shower if you need. So we can go Taskmaster. We have Wong, but we want to wait until after Clintar drops. So I think staging the Taskmaster may be all right. When does the league start? About 2 hours ago, Mr. Binkers. But the good thing, if you haven't played a game yet, is that the later you start, the less your opponents are going to have grinded. Because when you start, whenever it may be, you can't start into an already full league, and so you'll get placed with other players that haven't started. So we can go Wong. Might be Wong to do so. That opens up the door for like Iron Man Sage. Isn't awful. Into the Taskmaster. We could also go Wong into the double Sage. It has more things to trigger. I think that's probably our line. They could have maybe Juggernaut. The only thing that would make this play bad is if we draw into Mystique right on our next turn. Mr. Negative, we're clear. So 2, 4, 6, 8 becomes 16 power. Becomes 26 in the left. Might be able to beat it. Play Sage last. I mean, if I was playing Iron Man behind Dark Dimension, it should be alright. But no, otherwise, good call. I don't know if this gives us enough power or enough but we're going to give it a shot. They could have a Shang-Chi. Seeing the Sasquatch is big. Mockingbird is big, but not big enough. We're going to have the 16 power Taskmaster, the Iron Man to help elevate it.
Iron Man.
Unless they have like the big counter tools, then we should be... Oh, wait. It might be enough if the real Mysterio is left. Oh, it is, right? The real Mysterio is always left. Unfortunate. I forgot about the Mysterio. They bamboozled us with it. Does anyone know why they're called outs? Like I get playing to your outs. I get what playing to your outs means. But why is it called that? I don't know why it's like, I don't know why originally it was called that. But it is like, which your only way out of losing, possibly. And then it does look like it's time for a really quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into them, and then we will be right back here in just a second. You guys don't go anywhere. All right, and so I'll wait until after the ads finish up. But we're going to be pivoting over into our sponsored portion of the stream. And so that way we can close it out with some raid. But we have a few more seconds before everyone's comes back. I want to make sure that nobody has ads. And so with it being close to time where we normally stop streaming, I'm going to be shifting over into our sponsored segment for today. Marvel Snap Player, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. We're going to shift over into the sponsored segment for Raid Shadow Legends. And so it's a game that if you haven't heard of, I don't know where you've been because it feels like they are everywhere. But if for some reason you don't know what the game is, it is a gacha style, so like a hero collector RPG that I've played similar games of in the past. So the biggest one that I played previously was it was called Summoner's War. I played that one before Raid really like picked up, and I've dabbled in Raid before in the past, but we're gonna be starting on a fresh account for this one.
It took you long enough.
And then F. Merrick, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And then Hurricane, thank you for the tier 1 as well. Huge support. Thank you guys, as always, for being just the incredible audience. Now, if you guys do decide you want to check it out, you can do !raid. And by doing so, just playing and completing the tutorial will help support me and support the channel. And it'll let other advertisers know that they should maybe lean our way, and hopefully you enjoy it at the same time. So let me make sure that everything is set up here. I feel like the camera's a bit too wide, so I'm going to scoot it over. There, and then okay. And so if you haven't played Raid before, it is a kind of hero or team builder. And so right now we're going to be going through the tutorial, and we're going to start fresh.
Hey,
that way it's the same.
I think he likes you.
Let me turn down the sound a touch. How does that sound in comparison to the mic audio? Also, your beard game is inspiring. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've actually been fighting off the urge to shave it. Because it's getting to the length where usually it starts kind of bothering me a little bit.
4 of them.
I've been fighting the urge.
We really don't have time.
Somebody requested
well.
that if we hit a certain
Take
sub
them.
goal or marker, that I shave it into like the Wolverine style. General said, I wish I could grow a TLSG quality beard. I think it's a blessing and a curse.
By the light, I'm glad you're on our side.
Yes, just
And so the biggest thing that I like about Raid, it's available on both PC and mobile, but more than that, it has so many different characters and events. So it's one of those games that like each week there is something new that they're adding to it, whether it be like crossover events, new characters, and so they give away quite a few. You can fall into the like gotcha element where you spend a lot. But if you just play passively, you can also unlock quite a few characters over the course of playing.
that could have gone better. Any ideas?
We attack together.
He said it's gonna
On
get cold
3.
soon. Now's the time to grow it out.
Portalaria,
Had
for
mine
the
for 7
Arbiter.
years straight so far. Ooh, and so I feel like it's getting to a point where I need to make sure that I upkeep it. And Merrick said that I'll start a fresh account. Get to support. I need you to quit your job so you can afford more Thanos sauce. F. Merrick, that is the end goal. And it's the main reason why sound is pretty loud now. Okay. I was thinking so too on my end, but let me turn it down a touch. Okay. So that should be a little bit better. Your voice is getting washed out. All right. I turned it down a bit. But the reason I'm taking on a few more sponsors, not only do I hope that you guys find good games out of it, But
So be it.
my biggest reason is to try to see
Awaken, warrior.
what I could make
This is your
consistently
bastion.
as a full-time.
From here, you will summon and
to see if
train
it's
champions to fight
reasonable
the Dark
to make
One
that
and
transition.
his shadow.
And so with last month and what it looks like this month is going to
You
be,
have chosen your first
if it
champion,
continues going
but
that way
one
and I continue
champion is not
having
an
like
army.
y'all's support,
Use a mystery shard to summon another champion at the portal.
maybe lower the sound more slightly. Oh, is it still too loud? All right. Might be a little bit better. How about now, Ishchu? Oh, Zon Aster. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to change the category. Thank you for calling me out. Marvel Snap had a major update. All right, so we switched over to Raid. All right. So Zon Aster. I'm glad that you called me out on it. All right. So, starting off, we get to your shards that you collect. The green ones are going to be mostly fodder over the course of the game, and the other ones end up being pretty rare. So I meant to pick Kael. I hope I did.
Behold, Karok Castle, seat of King Tabor.
And then you have
This
your
is where
campaign
your
where you can
journey
kind of go
begins.
through. And so similar to the one that we did
I fear
previously,
that the king and his followers have fallen to the shadow.
where you build your
Once
team,
noble and
you have your
just, he has
synergies,
brought
you have
war upon
your
his allies
characters that
and
you really
ruin
focus
his
on,
people.
and then you can kind of
You
burn
and
through
your
the content
champions
to
must
unlock
fight
more
to his banner
and get
lords,
cooler
find
and
him,
bigger
and
things.
see if he has turned to
And as you
Siroth.
progress, you'll be gifted different like equipment. You'll get different summons eventually.
11 generations
that
of
can give you
peace
some
had
pretty cool
reigned between the
pretty cool
kingdom of
heroes
Karok
and
and the realm of
champions to
peace
lean
now
into.
shattered. Once revered as a pillar of had the king lost on the orders of the Arbiter, the company set out to persuade him, even if it meant
Karok will not fall easily. Like all places in Teleria, there are multiple stages of defense.
And I do like that, especially for a mobile game, it is all voiced. I personally skip through most cutscenes in most games, but I like that it's there. I like that you have that option to listen to if that's kind of in your wheelhouse.
Let us pick your team. Well done.
So we have our two. It'll kind of guide us
Arrows
through
above each
the
enemy's
battle
head
process.
Show how your champion.
But we do have the autoplay that we can throw on. And then if you guys want to either start fresh, if you have it on your phone or your PC, you can download it on both. Both count for this integration. And so that's also a nice thing that they have, is that they've added it to the PC instead of having to run it on like some kind of emulator.
Excellent. Campaign levels drop artifacts, and here's your first. Along
So
with
the
special
artifacts
items,
are
your
our
champion.
equipment to help strengthen our
Go
characters.
to your champion collection and equip that artifact. This is where you can view all champions under your control. Each champion can equip up to 6 artifacts. See that? Your artifact has already strengthened this champion. Better yet, artifacts can be equipped in sets to provide... I believe you are ready. Return to Karok Castle, seat of King Tek.
All right. And so we'll go back and after the yellow guide stops guiding us, that's the first checkpoint. So for downloading, if you get to that point, that is the first checkpoint that helps out the stream. And then the further you go, the more it supports the channel. And then if you end up liking it, it's great. So the other gacha game that I played it for years. Summoner's War has very big similarities to this, but this one I think it does all of those things but better. You have more champions, you have more access to potential ways to pull them outside of just straight payment, and you have some really strategic elements as you get further along that can help you with there's clan bosses and all kinds of cool things to end up focusing on. And so
Special icons will
something
show
that I
which
thought was
artifact
kind of
sets
cool
a
and
champion
maybe
is equipped with.
carried over
Tap
to
on the set icon
Marvel
to
Snap
read more
lightly
about this set boosts your champion's
is that
HP by 15%.
right now they're
Life
running
artifacts come in
a
sets of two, meaning you can
it's
gain a
Asgard
huge
Divide. That's the big event that they're
45%
running.
HP boost.
And so the Asgard Divide, they're releasing 4 champions that we have some. It's the North mythological version, so not necessarily in line with the Marvel
Excellent
stuff
work.
that we normally interact with. But they're releasing Thor, Loki,
have
Odin,
learned well.
and
Keep
Freya
strengthening
into the
your wa-
game. And that event started, I think it was yesterday. And so Loki Chase, for logging in for 7 days, we get access to the legendary hero, so the 5-star Loki, the Deceiver, and then we'll be able to unlock the other ones through in-game events as well, which I think is kind of cool. Character design in this game does go pretty hard. It does. I enjoy, and there's a pretty good variety of them too. And so you're going to be kind of continually unlocking new things pretty consistently with this one. All right, so we've completed the tutorial piece, and it's very fast, and then it opens up from there. And then you will notice that as you kind of keep going along, you'll get a lot of the like shop pop-ups for different progress purchases. And so just be mindful of like which ones would be good value if you do end up spending. Make sure that you're getting the biggest bang for your buck. Once you get done with the tutorial, there's also a promo code section. So the one that is activated for all of us, you can choose one code. There's a couple promo codes that are active, but if you use My Turn, that's going to unlock a 4-star champion for you that you can claim right off the jump, which will help you with some of your early progress quite dramatically. Let's see what our daily login. We have a little bit of silver. As you log in more, so like void shards, those are pretty rare to get, and so you can get some better champions from them. So the void is guaranteed to be a rare, epic, or legendary. The even more rare are the sacred, which are either epic or legendary. And those, a lot of times, you'll get very few. You'll get maybe a couple a month and until you get later on in the game. Go ahead and open up another character. If we can get anyone good. Uncommon, so it will probably end up being fodder at some point to feed into our higher rarity characters, because those are going to be the stronger ones most of the time. Does the promo code help support the channel? So the promo code doesn't. That just you get it for free, or you get those characters for free. So that one doesn't necessarily directly help the channel, but it helps you in your progress. So if you're playing, then it helps you, especially that early game. You have a higher tier rarity champion, which ends up being stronger. So if there's another one that you see that you think would be better, you can definitely do that one as well. So I'm going to focus on just 2 champions. So I'm going to focus on only the free one that we got. And the one that we start with. And so those hold us through for a lot of the early game, just with their raw stats. And so hers ends up being pretty big. So it's such a, like, you can see how big of a jump it is from the 3-star starter that you get, both at the same level. His attack is 200. They're both an attacker class, and this one is 400. And so having the higher rarity champions definitely help out. And they each have different skills that you can that kind of make them good in certain settings. For early game, you really don't need to worry about too much about it. Can't level them up until we get to level 6. So I'll let some of the bundles build up, but I do think that I'll pull a couple. Just maybe like a $15 or $20 while we're playing through. I think could be worthwhile since we're going to be having a little bit of fun with it. I do plan on playing it a little bit even after the sponsored spot ends, because I'm a sucker for a good like character collector. So it's one that could be kind of fun to play in some downtime. Zon Aster, you said I didn't think she was. Their character design, I could see some risque, more risque outfits, but it should be all appropriate for for general eyes. And so it's another one where you can manually control the fighting, but you don't necessarily have to. Usually that only comes with very like specific, or if you're just really pushing for progress, so like you have a team that's just barely able to clear something, you can use the skills more efficiently than they can most of the time. So the first few levels come pretty quickly. But the reason that I'm only using 2 champions instead of like 3 is your star clears. And so as you get more stars, you unlock different rewards. And so the way to get 3 stars is to use only 2 champions or fewer and not have any losses. So that's why I'm focusing on only placing 2 instead. Let's back out now. I also know that there's a season or like a silver pass. It's kind of like a weekly thing that I think you can get a trial of. Maybe that's only on mobile. Yeah, it may only be on mobile. That's all right. So as you, maybe it's after 6. I don't know. We'll keep clearing. But at a certain point, there is a weekly thing that gives you a 7-day free trial for it, and it'll give you increased XP for the duration that it's active. And so whenever I was playing on my phone before, I like to activate it, especially in the early game, to try to like push through, make as much progress and advancement early, which is usually where the games have their biggest draw for me. Is early on in these types of games, there's always something new that's going on. You're unlocking different things, getting to engage with different things, new champions, and so usually once a game gets grindy, and that goes for really any game for me. Once it gets too grindy, sometimes I hit a wall and I stop finding as much enjoyment. But I think they rotate events and do different things often enough that maybe that's not ever an issue. All right, we're not quite 6, but I do think we... didn't quite clear it yet. So we have one more. I thought we had beat this one, but we have the last stage, stage 7, to be able to beat. Ronda Rousey is in? I think so, Hurricane.
Having
I
overcome
think this
the
one,
castle guard was the
wanna say-
king's warring folly
I want to say
prompted
Ninja.
by
They're
the will
doing,
of
they
the
do a
Lord
lot
of
of cool
Darkness. Upon
crossovers.
interrogation, his order that
And so right now it's the Asgard stuff, but before I think they did do the Ronda Rousey thing. That one sounds vaguely familiar. All right, so we hit level 6. We can now go to the tavern, which is going to let us level up our champions. We can use any of the like common rarity summons that we have to help level them up.
This is the tavern, the main place where you can sacrifice weaker champions to gain XP, and leveling up increases a champion.
So that will help us, especially in our early game. A level up, we can do. We'll save that, but I think we'll do each to around. I think 30. It'll do 12 and 12 since I'm only focusing on using 2 champions. Level each of them up. So I think that should carry us through most of the early game. So 30 is the max level for him because he's only 3 stars. I'm actually going to bring it down a touch. I'm only going to go to about 26. I don't want to accidentally reach max level. We get XP for just using him in the battles themselves, but I did want to make sure that we were strong enough to not really struggle with the battles. So her max level is going to be 40. We can actually put a little bit more on her. I'll use the extra that I didn't use on him, and we'll just push him up to 36. Okay, let's go ahead and continue pushing forward. We can go classic dungeon. Forge Pass is at 40. Okay. So then there's also different difficulty levels. And so as you clear normal, you'll be able to have a hard, a brutal, a nightmare, each with their own unique rewards that make it worthwhile to grind them. I wonder if they sell her outfit in Walmart. I have a Halloween idea. Wait, whose outfit? The champion that you were saying
to go through it, they would
had the more risque dress. Are you talking about this one? I'm sure they sell it somewhere. On Aster. I don't know exactly where, but I'm sure they do sell it somewhere. Right, since we leveled up, we should be able to just kind of blitz through some of these early ones to get some levels up. You might have to, Zahn. You might make a few people blush, but as long as you're having a good time. And I'm not sure if this extension makes noise like the other ones, but it does look like there was someone else that joined me in completing the tutorial. So welcome in. Hopefully you enjoy the game. Thank you for helping support me and my content, and for checking out the kind of like golden standard in gacha style games. All right, so until we start slowing down, I think we're gonna just burn through the levels until it gets to the point where we're close to potentially losing on one or two. And then we can equip the equipment that we end up pulling as we progress. We can level up either the character or the equipment so that they're a bit stronger as well. But I don't think we'll need to do that for a while because we're definitely over leveled. Then by using just the two, we're only focusing on their levels. And so if it gets to the point where we can't clear with two, to be able to push further, we'll have to kind of level up or even out a team of 4. But as we make progress, I think we'll get a few other purple heroes, which should make it easier. So this one and then one more and we'll have cleared 2. And the normal stages are really just kind of, it gets you into like understanding the different sections of the game. And there's a progress that you can follow from the missions back on the main page. But most of your progress links to completing these missions. You get equipment, you get different rewards, clearing them, and then as you progress, your levels up. You get access to additional avenues to play. I just noticed how large or long the mustache part of your beard is. It is. It covers my lips, and so I need to trim it up. Official saucepan. You're definitely right. Needs to trim it up a bit. And then right here, it gets pretty long too, right at the bottom. I never thought I'd be a beard stroker, because I've never let it grow out very long, because I always end up getting the urge or working in an office and needing to shave it. So this is probably the longest that I've ever let it grow out. I never thought I'd be a beard stroker, but I found that as I think, I stroke the beard for wisdom. Channel my inner Gandalf. And then Herwick, the piano. So that was actually my wife's when she was growing up. And her dad recently found it, restored it, and sent it to us as a surprise. And so it's been a while since she's played. She just really dabbled when she was younger. Right now, it's mainly my daughter. My daughter likes to get on it and play, and she's figuring out like how all the buttons interact and work. And so she's getting the hang of it pretty quickly. But that's mainly who ends up playing it. So let's complete the quest. We have another daily. Let's finish off our daily because we just have to summon a hero for it. We ended up pulling a rare out of the mystery shard, which is one of the better things. It's probably the best thing that we could pull as far as rarity goes out of it. So not bad. It's the streamer luck for sure. Pushes up to 10. We have clans unlocked. I'll go ahead and just join one on my my other account, which I'm level 25 right now, so still pretty early game. I did the streamer luck. This the streamer luck. And then Kenny Cooks, thank you for hanging out for a bit. Hopefully we will catch you again on the next one. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you have a good rest of your day. Let's look for one that we don't have to apply to join, that has quite a few members. Maybe we refresh it. So the level 10 pack, sacred shards are usually pretty scarce. So I may double back and purchase that one, just so that we can summon a few heroes. See if we get any. We'll push the streamer luck as far as we can. He said no. Hopefully, if you're streaming, I'm lurking. I appreciate it, Kenny. Lurkers make this whole thing possible. The whole thing go round. So I forgot what I was doing. I know we summoned the one, but outside of that, I forgot. I guess we'll just head back to battle a little bit more, make a bit more progress. Oh, we already cleared 2. We can jump into 3. And at the end of chapter 3 is the next kind of milestone or checkpoint. So the first is the tutorial, second is level 12, which we get just by engaging and playing in the game. And then the third checkpoint that for the sponsorship is clearing this third level, the final part of it, clearing it with 3 stars, which with your starters is relatively easy. Like, it doesn't take a whole lot of grinding or anything. It's usually definitely very attainable. All right, we'll keep going. Well, I think maybe even without pushing the equipment, we might be fine to clear this one, because we are so over level. We might be fine to clear this one even without really going in and trying to like apply sets of equipment and level them up to make sure that we're as strong as possible. Level 11. At level 11, we have access to dungeons. I'm not going to dabble in those yet. I think we'll wait until we're a bit stronger. And then General Sergeant with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you always looking out. Out of hydration. I'll get more hydration the next time ads roll around. So he got a little bit low in that one. But he stayed alive, so we were okay. Three more to be able to finish this one. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, checking out the game. I know that you've all heard the name before because it feels like Raid is everywhere, but I think that's because it is the like the biggest hero collector style game out there. Always new events and things to really sink your teeth into. So if you haven't tried it, it's at least worth checking out. But be mindful that it does have the gotcha elements, and so make sure that you go into it with the either like a set amount that you plan to spend, or like if you enjoy it, then you spend a little bit. But it can really add up quickly if you're not paying too much attention. Through these. I think we have one more. Final. I'm telling you guys, goldfish. I was gonna join a clan earlier. That's what I was trying to do earlier. How strong are you if you don't spend anything on the game? So you can make good progress. You just don't get as many champions as frequently, so you really need to focus on the ones that you do get. But the good thing that I can say about Raid is that they always have new events going on. So just for logging in, you get. Let's see if I can. Oh no. So, just for logging in, you have access to. Loki Chase. You have access to a 5-star hero, which is a pretty legendary one. There is a tier above it, but those are probably going to be pretty exclusive to those that are maybe either playing for an extended time or spending some money. But there are always characters like this that are rotating around, and so you're always going to have access to like some decent gear, some decent characters. And like with this one, even after phase 1, there's phase 2, which lets you unlock some additional things as well. And so you can still be pretty strong. You can make quite a bit of progress. You might hit some walls here and there that maybe you have to use some of your energy to grind out earlier levels to make that progress. But you can definitely still play and engage if you don't spend heavily. So speaking of, let's go into the clans. Let's look for one that we can join that we don't have to apply to. Not finding any. Oh, that one finished. Cool. Let's go. Don't show full clans. Okay. Now we can join into one. And so we were able to get into one. We might have gotten a little bit too far because this one does look like it is a pretty leveled guild. So we may end up getting kicked. I don't know. Depends on how strict they are. But oh, we want to do our check-in today. Then for this one, so similar to like Marvel Snap, if you decide that you like to play it, usually the best bang for your buck is something like your overtime bundles. And so like the gym bundle is typically you get the most out of it for what it costs, but at the cost of having to log in consistently. But let me double check. So I do have a little bit that I can play. And Quinnick, you said, is this game on iOS by chance? It is, Quinnick. So it's on Android, iOS, and on PC. And so if you end up using my link, by using my link and downloading it and checking it out, it helps support me and support the content. And so I didn't know if you were still around, Quinnick. And then a Unibot, you said, oh, so this is the much talked about Raid Shadow Legends. I know it's memed on, but is it at least fun and engaging? So when I played it, I played previously to around maybe level 30 or 40, and I enjoyed it while I played. I do think I'm gonna make a quick purchase so that we can summon to see if maybe we get anything good. Maybe we can use some streamer luck to pull something good. So we can grab our shards. We'll go do the summons. And if you're playing long term, if you end up getting like your void shards, your sacred shards, typically you don't want to use them until there's a 2x event. So that gives you a double chance to summon a legendary versus the epic, which is still probably a relatively low chance. But for today's, I'm just gonna open all of them, and I'll start with the low ones that you typically don't get anything from, and then we'll build up. We'll do the gold shard. Got those. This one has a low chance of legendary. You can also get an epic, but you're guaranteed at least a rare from them. And so these, especially as you're starting out, can sometimes help even out your roster a bit as well. So another rare one. Maybe we'll save all of our luck for later. And then F Merrick, he said tutorial is all done. I have to go do some work, but I'll be back later to talk more about Thanos. And my cat? Wait, do you have a cat named Canos? Oh, workshop. Okay, no. Okay, you'll workshop it. I expect the workshop names when you come back. But I do appreciate you hanging out. And hopefully we'll see you again sometime soon so that I can brew on some Thanos builds for you. And I do appreciate you checking out the game. So we do summon an epic here. Let's go the Sky Touched Shaman. Then a rare. Maybe we can get lucky and get a legendary from our Sacred Shard. I still think it's probably a pretty low chance. And so, looks like 12. I think these are the Sacred, yeah. So it looks like 12% chance, and it's doubled right now. So maybe we can get lucky. No, we get an epic. And so we get the Kunoichi. Ends up, it looks like it's rated pretty decently as far as like campaign locations. Is it mandatory to play on PC? No, so Waterboy, you can play on either. Both PC and mobile are supported and count. Let me double check just to make sure, but it should be both. Yeah, both PC and mobile users. And so whatever you end up wanting to play on is perfectly fine. I must show my respect to the pun master. Big dark mode TLSG. Wait, did I go in dark mode? But I do enjoy. Oh, back to light mode. Yeah, we're back to light mode now. Cute dog. I have 3 of them. 3 great big. They're Great Pyrenees, and so they're very floofy, and they're very sweet. So they're good with my kids. And so by purchasing, we got Polarium points, which gave us a legendary Chaos Ore. We do have the monthly pass as well. So on this one, this will be the last thing that I spend on right now, but I'm gonna do this one as well. So we'll open just a couple more, see if maybe we can get lucky with that legendary. If not, I'll give up. But I do have a little bit that I can spend with the sponsorship. So let's see if we can get lucky with it. All right, so we have 5 more of the Ancients. We'll start with those. Then we'll work our way back up. So we have the rare. especially as you get further on, a lot of the rares end up not being worth like spending money on advancing because it takes so much to get them to the point where they'd be the same level as one of your more higher tiered rarity champions. So let's move on over to the Void. These are the ones that you end up eventually having a better success with. You see them a little bit more frequently than the Gold, but less frequently than the Blue. So we get a rare. Maybe we'll save up our luck and get all rares into a legendary for the Gold Shard. Rare there as well. We have one chance for the legendary. If not, we'll give up. The epic does come in. It is Basiliac Priestorn. Let's see, rated pretty good on most of the early ones. What I'm paying attention to right now is the campaign locations. So if it's very good on the campaign, are the ones that I would want to kind of stack into or build into. So let's look at the reviews here. So for campaign locations, 4.1. This one ends up being 4.2, 4.5. We may use her. It's being 4.4. Between these two, oh, this one's a defense. So I think maybe we don't have to worry about the defense line right now. Maybe it ends up being a bit later. Since we already leveled this one up, we'll stick to it. We have the attack set, which I'm going to equip best rarity we can. I'll save one 3-star, so like shield and or shield and chest for the other character we're going to be using. Equipped our other guy, which he gets rated pretty well for the campaign, so I think we definitely focus on him still. And the reason that you see my doggo is that it's storming outside, so she's freaking out a little bit. She gets super anxious with storms. We can do that. We have our hand as well, and its epic rarity. Then we'll switch out the helmet as well. All right, let's keep going. We were already pretty leveled. Unfortunate we didn't have enough streamer luck to get the legendary, but it should be all right. We should be able to keep going. So it shouldn't halt our progress. Like you don't need them to make the progress. You can advance naturally. But let's finish this one off. This is the next checkpoint, is clearing 3-7 with 3 stars. And being 37-28, I don't think we should have an issue.
I have been bewitched. Then hand
the other checkpoint that I was looking at. The other checkpoint that we can clear here is the gem mine. So with the purchase that I made, we're able to unlock the gem mine as well, which also helps It's one of the checkpoints for the sponsorship. So each checkpoint that is reached gives back a little bit to me. So some of them will be a little bit less than a sub cost, but most of them will be at least sub or more, as if you like gifted one to the channel. So let's unlock the gem mine. That is one that, since we have the gems for, if you play for a significant amount of time, the gem mine will eventually pay itself off, but it takes around like a third of a year, because you're producing one gem every, I think it's 5 hours. And so capacity of 5 is going to take a little while to regain, but eventually you'll regain what you spent and be able to have that and a little bit more. Go ahead and keep pushing forward a little bit, see what else we can unlock. I know that there is the arena, which I think we already have access to. Email Raid and ask them Great Pyrenees champion. I mean, they have just about everything else built into the game, so I don't think it'd be beyond reason. Like she could even be a fodder, Merrick. Kiddo time? Hurricane, thank you so much for hanging out for a while. Hopefully we catch you again sometime really, really soon. Hopefully on the next stream if you're able to catch it. But I hope you have a great evening with your kiddo. I appreciate you hanging out. And Lanum, welcome in as well. Hopefully you're having a great day. I don't know if you guys can hear the dog barking in the back. One sec. Barking. You could hear the barking? I'm not sure what they were barking over. It's storming, but these two usually aren't freaked out by the storms. It's usually just the one that was here before, but now we have all three of our puppos that are just big balls of anxiety. Yeah, we have the doggo swarm. And they do great with my daughter. That was one of the biggest things, was they have to be good with kids. And so they're typically very, very lazy. And so in terms of like big dogs, they eat the least for being a big dog breed. But they're super sweet. So Great Hall, unlock affinity bonuses, spin medals earned in Classic Arena. So maximize your development, unlock area bonuses. All right, we'll skip for now. We'll visit that here in a little bit. 3 lovable cloud pillows. And they don't realize how big they are, because if you're laying on the couch, they'll come up and lay and cuddle right up with you. And so sometimes they'll lay right on top of you. They don't realize quite how big they actually are. They used to make their appearances much more often, but whenever my wife started working from home, giant lap dogs, yeah, they are absolutely giant lap dogs. And so when my wife started working from home, they all decided to hang out in the office with her. So I lost them most of the time, unless I'm working like super late after everyone goes to bed. Otherwise, they don't hang out much. Just with our levels up from before, looks like we're slowing down a bit, but we're still managing pretty decently. I guess this is round 2. This may be the line that we have to start maybe upgrading either our armor, something. I pull it out though. So the equipment that we're getting here is crit rate. Let's go back to stage selection. We're almost done with this one too, the fourth one. Which, as far as progress goes, this one is the first big milestone. Then it goes to just like player level. So then you can kind of progress at your own pace. So at 90, we get another blue shard to be able to summon. Another shot at legendary. Let's see what the dungeons. I don't know how strong you have to be for the dungeons. And the greater spirit potions. Oh, it's used to ascend champions, which we're not looking to ascend. Ascend gives you, like, instead of yellow, you get purple stars, and it increases your champion's strength. So instead of star ups, there's that way as well. We also have siege is locked, but we have arena.
Welcome to the arena
There's
map.
a couple of different.
The arena is where you
types of
put your
arena.
team to the test against other players.
Let's see. We have the classic arena.
This is the classic arena, where you compete against other players in traditional.
Basic arena play is split into two types.
Once you set your arena defense, that team will fight against other players on your behalf.
Arena offense is the battle tab contains your list of opponents. Arena battles are tough, so make sure you check each team. This shows your current arena tier, your current points total, and the time remaining until the ranking period
Lanu, I'm
ends.
so glad that you're hanging out. So we have our defense that we can set.
Defense. Make sure you keep it up to date with your.
You'll need to set your arena defense before you.
All right. So I think before I set a defense, I'm gonna level up a couple of the other purples that we got. So I think we could do. We do have purchase reward. We have more XP brews. We have 3 rank 4 chickens, which could be used to upgrade one of our 4 stars up to 5. So with this, and that we unlocked those for our purchases earlier. So the chicken ends up being fodder for like tiering up your champion. So I think we level up. Just look at the champions real fast. See if there's any. So arena offense, this one is good on. Arena defense is 4.3. So 4.2, 4.3. So both of those are good. Arena offense is 4.1. Arena defense, ooh, is pretty bad at 3.2. 5. Not great on arena for either of these for this one. I think our team consists of these 4, so I'm gonna level up these 2 a little bit. I'll just throw some of our excess armor on them as well. That puts us to about 20. I think should be an okay start. Take that one off. Select this one. I think we use. Ooh, so we need to look at the affinity of the champion. So this one is void. We should have used the purple one. This one is the skull, so we need to use the skull on that one. Take that one off. So we'll get bonus for using the right affinity on it. I'll just use 3 or 4 of them. Get it up to around 20. just since that we're going to set them as our defense, I want them to be at least somewhat leveled up. Back to the arena. Set up our defense. The leader, increase HP. Increases HP by 25 for that one. We'll do this one, and we'll set those 3. Now we can go into the offense. And so this first style of arena is going against other players' defenses. So it's not in real time. The real-time arena you don't unlock until I think level 50. But should be able to breeze through these guys, I think. Yeah. Artifacts with it. This is the arena points, tournament points, and then bronze medal. This one has, looks like the ninja champion. I know that you were asking about Ronda Rousey before. But it looks like this guy has, or unlocked or pulled, I don't know how he got him, ninja. I'm gonna avoid that one. You get entries each day. Oh, I didn't realize there was some further down. Oops. Wouldn't have refreshed before. They have one guy that's at 30. The other ones are lower. I think we see if we can take them. Power's slightly over what theirs is. One big guy might have been butt. I think we use most of our entries because they do replenish over time, and the further that you can get, the better rewards you can get from them.
This tab
looking at
shows
the
all the
tiers.
arena tiers. The more arena battles you win, the more arena points you'll earn, and the higher you'll climb in the rankings. Each tier provides different bonuses to your team for as long as ranking also works in periods. You'll get and that's not all. Arena battles also give you medals. Bronze tier medals let you unlock incredibly powerful bonuses. You can
So we can spend our medals that we get for being in each tier. So then we keep a bonus the longer we're ranked in certain areas. Let's clear some of these. I think we can clear. I'm gonna say we can probably clear this one too. Maybe not. 5 stars is pretty tough, but we do get it. So that one is ninja. That's Ninja's in-game character. I may not even use all of my arena entries. I think after this, we may shift back and make some progress in maybe the campaign. Might be what we focus on next. Making as much campaign progress as we can. Either that or maybe we look at our missions to figure out what we can do to make good progress. So for our missions, equip a champion with 4 artifacts of level 4 or higher. So we should be able to do that one. So we'll just upgrade. As it gets higher, it ends up being stronger. So let's upgrade several of them so that we can finish that one off. And that'll kind of introduce us into some of the game's elements. One more on it. Go. I think that should give us our mission done, right? Tamper with 4 artifacts of level 4 or higher. Oh, that's 3. No. Alright, so we are good on that one. That gives us energy. This one gives us additional diamond. Equip a support type with 4 life artifacts. So this one is the support. Let's go. That one, equip a support type champion with 4 artifacts of level 4 or higher. Then use 4 XP brews at the tavern. Thought we had already done. Summon 5 champions. Stage 1. Fire of the Arcane Keep. As we do these, we can continue unlocking things to kind of help with our progress. Let's go with the support one, and it wants level 4 or higher. Ooh, and I can skip straight to level 4. So that makes it a little bit easier to upgrade in bulk, I think. Much easier. What game are we playing? Agent Smith. So we're playing Raid Shadow Legends. It is today's sponsored game, and so they graciously asked if I wanted a sponsorship with them. And it's one that I've heard about, but I've never. I played till like maybe level 25, and that's been years ago. And so I thought it was worth diving and dabbling back into, because I do kind of enjoy like the gacha style games. They're always fun for a bit, as long as you go into it with certain expectations to not like overspend. Then I find them pretty fun. And so everybody that checks out the game, it reaches certain milestones of progress. It helps support me and support the channel. So for this one, our max is still level 30, unless we tier him up. So maybe we do. Maybe we go this, and then maybe we upgrade his rank.
When a champion hits the maximum level for their rank,
To upgrade a champion,
So we'll select him. We have to sacrifice other units of 3-star or more. And so I don't know the champions as well. But I do know that he's a pretty solid role player for us. And so I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice it up to 4. For this one, get some of our guys up to 4, but I think it costs 4 4-star champions to get up to 5. So we could do 1 to 5, but we won't do that
upgrading
yet.
skills is the key to maximizing. You can upgrade a champion's skills in 2 ways. Skill tomes come in 3 different rarities. Epic skill tomes can upgrade uncommon, common, epic, and legend.
So we have the skill tomes, but I think we'll save them for now.
You can ascend champions by using a champion's ascension level is indicated by the number. A rank 4 champion
So
can be
then-
ascended 4 times, while the type of potion needed to ascend a champion depends on his.
We can ascend them as well. So this one we would need this blue potion. So I think we can go to the dungeon and try and grab it maybe. Let's see. Magic key. See if we're able to do it. This one takes 5, and this one we don't have leveled up. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna level this one up to 5, or around 20, I think. Ooh, and I can also level him back up. I forgot. We start him up to 4, so then that starts him over. So take him off. Let's see. This one. Have any specific for it? So I hate to use these because we lose about 5,000 for each one since it doesn't match the affinity. I'm just gonna do 2. And then the Hefty Messiah, the good old Raid. So I haven't played Raid in years, and I played it kind of briefly before. And so I thought it'd be interesting to jump in, check it out whenever they asked if I wanted a sponsorship or to partner with them. I thought it was a pretty fun thing. And so you always hear a lot about it, but now I get to play it and see if we enjoy it. So to go to 5 stars, it takes 4 of the rank 4 chickens. 4, 8, 16. Gives us 6 of them. Maybe not. Let's collect these. We can summon 5 champions, which it did give us the shards for. So let's do a summon times 10 open here. Said you played it in the past. Yeah, I played it long time ago. And so I thought it was time to give it a revisit. Because I do enjoy like gacha style games. Because I think they can be fun as long as you set kind of those boundaries on like what you're gonna spend. I do enjoy them to a pretty good degree. So clear stage 1 or higher of the Arcane Keep. Should be able to do that. Clear these for completing the weekly. We'll get this one for completing the monthly. We end up getting a Sacred Shard as well. They're a guilty pleasure? Yeah. Yep. The one that I played probably the most was Summoner's War. I think it was back before Raid was like a really big thing. I enjoyed Summoner's War quite a bit, and I played it for like it was. I would grind on it while I was watching TV or just kind of in passing. And so it's definitely something that I do enjoy. I like to play them until I hit the paywall. Yeah. Yep, once you hit like a super big wall, sometimes it like your progress can stall. But until that point, I do enjoy playing them quite a bit. So our next one was to go to the Arcane Keep. So clear stage 1 of it. I think we should be all right for stage 1. Throw it in. The Marvel Strike Force I probably played the most. I played that one quite a bit. If I had more free time, so when I was playing Summoner's War, I had a lot of free time, and so like it got me really good. I was hooked. Marvel Strike Force, I was hooked for a while. I didn't end up spending anything in it, but I played it really consistently for a few months before I ended up kind of hitting a wall with the grind. The Raid in the past, I played it for a little bit, but I think it was maybe earlier on in Raid, so maybe they didn't have everything as fleshed out. But let's go ahead and clear this mission. We also already cleared the stage 7 of the Catacombs, so we get a rare skill tome. And this one is upgrade a rare attack type champion skill. So that should be this one. So we leveled up Dark Bolt, so it's plus 5 extra damage on it. Referral link. I think that's all we gotta do. And fight in Classic Arena 3 times. So we'll go back there. So it kind of helps guide you through some of the early systems. But we will go back to the arena. That's this one. I think these are still our best 4 for the job. You said I spent good on Marvel Strike Force. Marvel Strike Force is one, especially with like an IP that you can identify those characters. It's so easy to go, oh yeah, I want an X-Men team, so that package looks good, or oh, I want whatever they're offering, and so it can get you. But I did enjoy playing it. It was fun to play with and engage with. At least for a little bit. I don't think it's one that I necessarily would enjoy long term in terms of Strike Force. But for that short duration, it was really fun. Like, I enjoyed playing it until, like you said, I hit a wall. so I think that was the 3, right? We still have 1 token to use, but I don't think we're going to push it. Then unlock a mastery for any champion. So I think this one is what we're going to start with our mastery on. Ooh, I don't even know which direction we should go. But he's an attack type champion. So I'm assuming that we go into the offense. I don't know if anywhere's recommended, but I think we're just going to go flat attack for him. Wait, not enough scrolls. Thought we grabbed it from... Maybe it's in the rewards? No. I guess we don't have her type, or his type of scrolls. So she's an attack as well. So I'm just gonna go flat attack on it. That unlocks the next tier. But until I know what I'm doing, I'm not gonna spend too much because I know that the resources are limited. So clear stage 1 or higher of the Minotaur's Labyrinth times. Go ahead and head over and we'll do that one. You said Clash Royale got me too. Clash Royale got me a little bit. Like I enjoyed playing it, and I was kind of hard stuck at one of the arena tiers, and they released a champion, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna spend a little bit to unlock the champion. And I mean, for how much time I enjoyed playing that game. Wait. Yeah, Clash Royale. I was thinking of that between that and Clash of Clans. But Clash Royale, and with how much time I spent in it, I definitely think it was worth, you know, what I ended up spending for it. Then you lost your account on an Android to Apple switch. Oh, what champions do you have so far? So we in raid. So I did end up spending a little bit to get a few shards. But these are really our only 4 solid ones. We have our starter. We have... I don't know any of their names. I'll pull them up after this, though. Right, I know that I need to do it twice, but... Here... Alright. So we have Allure, which was from the promo code when you start. Kunoichi. I think we got that from a gold shard. The Sky Touched Shaman. Then we have Priest Orn. Are the only ones that we've unlocked. This one. Then the others are rares, which I don't think are typically worth much investment. I haven't looked into them specifically. War Priest, maybe as a support if you don't have other ones, but I don't know. These are the 5 that I've been running with so far. The Sky Touch is a good champion. Ooh, the Sky Touch Shaman. Yeah, and I figured he was worth leveling up because he's usually, like, he's the one that I always heard people say start with him. And I don't know that she has a lot of long-term use. So that's all the health I can give. Yeah. Yeah, I went ahead and tiered him up from 3 to 4, or ranked him up from 3 to 4 stars so that he's in line with our other champs. And then it's super early on, so we're only like an hour in, hour and a half maybe. But have been enjoying it so far. With where we're at, we're kind of over tiered for the at least the campaign. So I figured I'd spend a little bit of time catching up on these missions, so I get introduced to the rest of the game, the rest of the battles. Said Kyle is great for the clan boss for the game, if I remember correctly. I think so. I think that's why he was the one that people say. I think he's good, definitely early game. So worth building out. I want to say even building out your masteries into. Up to level 14. And we do have the Asgard Divide. Unlocks the Asgard Path. And so we can kind of clear through some of this stuff with the tokens that will unlock. But very, very unlikely that we end up getting incredibly far down here. Win one of each type of life artifact from clearing the castle stages on normal. This is the castle. Oh, it's this one. So going back and farming this one. I think I'll push a little bit of progress though. For sure I was using him up to nightmare level, but it's been a couple of years. Yeah. When I played, I couldn't even tell you. Because I think when I played before, I got hard carried with the early game with one of the like event champions they had. And I think I got lucky with a summon and had a legendary pretty early on. And so then, like, it carried me through the early game, so I didn't really have to learn too much about it. We may need to get him leveled back up. We can keep getting 3 stars. Let's see what we have for him. Send these guys. Do have a green one, cool. So we pulled a duplicate of him. I think that's one of the ways that you upgrade their... I want to say it was skills. He said there were a couple of green champs that were great for campaign farming. And so the lizard dude Sauron, I think, and there is a green barbarian. So maybe I need to be on the lookout for those, because I've just been going under the assumption that green is typically replaceable. But maybe that's not the case. But with those couple that we summoned, and then you can do the skill upgrade, but you can also run multiple of them. Gotcha. So since he, I think, needs a little bit of leveling, I am going to go back and work on this one because it wants to unlock a certain type of artifact. The multiple Kyle for early clan boss isn't bad. Back up to 5 poison at once. That doesn't sound bad at all. Clear this. I want to make sure I'm on the right level. I think I'll just progress through them. Use a little bit of our energy and just progress through. Unless that was it. I don't know if it was just made progress or if that was... I finished it. It started too fast last time. Weapon, shield, helmet, chest, gauntlets, and boots. I don't know which one we've unlocked or not. So I guess I'll start with boots until we make progress, and then I'll move over into the one before it. But we get a full set, because I think that's what it's wanting us to farm here. There's the boots. So we've definitely got boots. Go for chest. That shield guard. Chest. Hands. The green champs are easy to max out skill-wise. Makes sense, because you get quite a few of the green shards, so you have an abundance of them. So that way, even if they're a little bit weaker stats, they their skills can help kind of carry them. Versus a higher statted one that you have base skills on. So Messiah, you weren't joking when you said you've played the fast. There we have the shield, and that's all that we needed. Okay, and equipped another champion, 6 life artifacts. Go all out here. Should be it, right? Does it want us to do 2 of them with all? Saurus is the lizard, green. Build both are amazing for farming. I'm pretty sure they can solo farm campaign as well. So I need to keep a lookout on them. For those when I summon them, I'll make sure not to feed them as fodder. Life. Have a helmet and boots. Perfect. Okay, equip a rare attack type champion with 6 offensive artifacts of level 8 or higher. We're getting to the point. Some of these are taking a while. I think I'm gonna maybe take a break from it. Launch over into something else for progress. I think we'll go back to campaign. He said, I see that many of the champions are made to attract men of culture. especially the dwarfs. I think there was one here, right? Not. Maybe it's the barbarians. No, dwarfs. Okay, I was just kidding, but I guess they're built the same way. But yeah, I may have invested some time and consumed some content around this game. Yeah, yep, the Hefty Messiah. It definitely looks like you're very well versed in the game, at least in like the early game parts. And so no, I have to agree that I think they built these champions. Hey, this one is probably the most modest one that I've seen. Not bad. He said I was just kidding. Yeah, he said that it's quite common in the game. I can see that. I can see it for sure. And I don't think it's good. I don't think they're gonna. I think pretty much any characters that you play along are probably gonna be kind of in line. But some of those characters, super cool. Would like to be able to engage with them, but I know how difficult they are to attain for the most part. So let's do. I think we do a bit more campaign. We'll be able to at least get up to a blue shard, and so maybe we can make some good use out of it. Was one of the model? I think so. I'll see if I can search. But I feel like it was. I'll see if I can search through the index. But I feel like that was an event that happened at one point, like a crossover. They're always doing some kind of event. It feels like every month they have something to really keep people like, engaged.
The ugly truth of preying on the known, so are.
So attack plus 15 plus 15% HP shield for 2 turns. 2 artifacts per set. Nice. So can you stack the effects of your, like, so a 2-piece effect for the one that we equipped all of the health ones on? Oh, you can stack it. I didn't realize that. So it makes sense to really stack heavy onto it. So not necessarily like mix and match like we were doing. So on this one we have crit rate for regular attack. I don't know which one's going to be better. But we don't have a good high level chest. Equip that one for now. Take off HP, HP, that one, and then I think we maybe build into it's plus 15%. This one is plus 15% for it. Speed is OP. Is it Rhonda, Ninja, Simple? I knew that Ninja was in it. And I think a couple others maybe. With some in the future, you'll want multiple sets or even broken sets based on the substats. Crit rate is OP. Connecting those 2 stats are godlike. And so crit rate, like, is it worth it to go with the crit set? Or just if they have like the modifiers, so like these, like the HP crit rate. Have that. I think we go... And I don't think I have crit rate equipment yet. The helmet. Not any great offensive gloves. We at least have the 2-piece. And maybe we can go boot and glove. It's a combination of all of it. Yeah, gotcha. So depending on what you have available. So maybe since I'm using those, maybe we level them up. But I think we'll replace them pretty quickly. So maybe we don't. Maybe we don't waste the resources on it.
Arrive a the cup.
This let's go into 5. Let's see if we can handle this one with 3 stars as well. Save for now. You'll replace all the stuff so fast. Yeah, that's the way it typically is, and so I think that's probably the direction to go. But your resources, especially as you get further on, get much more limited. So at the beginning, they oftentimes do a really good job of like making sure you have plenty for anything you do. But at a certain point, you do hit a resource wall. We barely got the 3. We got the 3. So he's still a little on the... getting to the point where he's not necessarily from the damage. Nice. Much better. Hit level 15 to the Guardian Ring. Faction Guardians assign duplicate champions as faction guardians to boost their faction stats. Empower legendary champions. Send champions to the sparring pit to gain XP. I'll skip ahead in there for now. But we did get a green summon. Just gonna continue pushing forward as far as we can until maybe we can't restart anymore. Then maybe we have to either level up, adjust our stats, figure it out from there. But when it comes to speed, you want to dictate your champion order by getting their speeds in the right order. Sometimes you'll have to use a bad piece of gear that has a good speed substat. That way, the ones that like will either do the debuffs or whatever will go first, right? So the ones you want the certain effects to trigger first go in that certain order, which makes sense. Yeah. We did end up losing the one, so it's only going to be the 1 star if we can clear it. Not clear it. We do get a... That I wasted so much resource on garbage because I didn't understand. Yeah. Made life much more difficult than it needed to be. Yep. Yep, there's been some times where I would start a game and I'd be playing and then I'd realize how like, badly I messed up. And so then I would start a fresh account after. So I've definitely been there, Messiah. There was one that I played it for very briefly. I ended up quitting because my account got lost, and similar to you, it got lost in an iPhone to Android crossover, but it was a Digimon like champion collector or gacha style game. I enjoyed it for a bit, but then I lost my account and stopped playing. With the events, we do have enough. So this one is a soul coin, the arcane potion, lesser oil. So actually, I kind of want to at him. It would take to ascend. The 4 of these in the magic keep. I'm sure I have enough to at least clear the earlier ones. But for now, you should run through the campaign with max characters, even though you won't get max stars. You'll get more experience in here. 2 stars is all you need to advance. Okay. So I need to be looking at the max of 4, keeping them up. Kind of lined up. Go till you can't advance with the max characters, then go back and work on a 3-star progress. Okay, that makes sense. That way we get the experience, and then once we gain that and level up, we can kind of dip back and jump back. We were able to clear the first one, looked like pretty easily. Maybe I won't spend too much on trying to ascend just yet. Maybe we'll go max characters, make as much progress as we can, and then we'll dip back. With that, we're gonna go her. Bring food, so champs that you intend on eating for upgrades. Great way to save resources. Oh, that's right. If the fodder is leveled up, then it gives more experience, right? You can also level them 1 star them up to 2. Their max level. That took it from tough to burn through it. Instead of those chickens, you use other champs. You can build a 1-star into a 3-star just to eat 4-star upgrades. So you take the one, you max it out so that you can eat it for the 4 upgrades, and then eventually the 5s, and it would kind of carry from there. Thank you, greens. So it takes a while, takes a bit of the energy and some grinding, but I do think that's a good way to approach it. Winnick, are you still playing on Snap? Are you on Raid now? That it's a lot of building and eating or spending. Yeah. So it's either grinding out to level up the champions or the fodder, or spending a lot to be able to do it fast. We did have a loss on this one. So even with 4. Be able to clear it, but not be able to clear it, I think, but not
They
comfortably.
emerged victorious on the
Are
other
there people
side
who can take
and
away
opened
that
wide the
unkillable buff?
colossal gate to let through the multitude. Amid
I bet
great
there's
acclaim,
debuff
the company followed,
characters
but before
that can
leaving
clear
the gate, see what
like buffs that are on the opponent. I would imagine, anyways.
Elven Lord. They off the guard. The Queen. Our
Otherwise,
heroes
other than
advanced.
just having to wait for them to eventually move. All right. I couldn't tell you who it is though, so not someone that's super relevant, I'm guessing, or at least doesn't hold true for a long time. Don't sleep on that guardian ring. What guardian ring? Ooh, so I actually haven't even checked it out. So you just throw like a 3 in there to level up over time. Is that right? So then over time, it would eventually get to the point where you just max it. I used it for food. And so food as in like your 1 stars. And our faction guardians. Empower champion. They're legendary and mythical. Unbind, and then trader, which we don't have any of those. Gotcha. So eventually greens are best for food. But I think both of these, this one's a fusion material. I think this one is locked. I think this one was locked as well for some reason. Maybe these two were locked and this was a fusion. Whenever I get another green, I'll slot that one in instead. the market at level 18. We have our mine. Forge won't be for a little bit. Upgrading rank. Yeah, it's gotta be max level. Kind of want to see if we can get him ascended. Good, Saurus and Shield Guard aren't food until you fully build one of each. Gotcha. Do get one. I think we needed 2 more, right? I'll go as far as I can, and we'll kind of gear it back. The Messiah. No, you're okay. As soon as I clicked off out of the tab, the audio cut. Oh, okay. You hit the mute button. I clicked on my browser tab where I have my Twitch chat, and since I wasn't focused on the raid screen, the at least in-game sounds cut out. But you may have hit your mute button around the same time I did that. Alright, so we got that one. Let's go one more. We get one more. If you guys can hear that, that's my dog scratching her ear. There we go. We do get 2 from that one. So take it, head back to. And so we had chances for the greater one. We have 5 of them. It seems like a nice game to have running on the phone while you play Snap on the PC. Yeah, you can, especially when you have like excess energy, you can churn through some of those to like level up. And so not a whole lot of like active quick time reactions anyways. Let's look to see if we can ascend this guy. Not the Guardian Ring, the Tavern. We do have enough to ascend him. For this one, we would need the Graders, which we don't have. But for him, we can ascend him 1 star. Which didn't make as much of a difference as I thought. It was only a handful of HP and attack for that first ascension level. Plarium points. Ooh, progression rewards for 5, 10, and 15 that we can grab. Don't think we have enough for anything else with Plarium points. No, not yet. I never figured out what the Chaos Ore did. Oh. Open up another tab. Don't know what the Chaos Ore did. Got one earlier for a purchase. But that's all right. Let's go into... I don't think we'll be able to do it. But this one is the new event dungeon, which is launched with Asgard, with the Asgard Divide. You'll be able to get some artifacts. I know that as the event progresses, you'll be able to unlock the other characters. Curious if we can even beat one of them, though. Probably not. But we're going to give it a shot. We have plenty of energy. I'm not worried about being incredibly efficient. Maybe we can. Maybe it hasn't scaled. We have Odin re-triggering all of our own reveals. Able to knock it out. Critical damage on that one. See if we can take the next level of it. Are ye worthy? Yes, indeed we are. At least for the low level. This one, maybe not so much. Do make it through with an HP 20% bonus heal. Bonus health, heal restored, destroyed at damage. So I'm wondering, you get it from any faction, and so it can be any number of things. I think we'll see flat stats are bad. Yeah. So I think we see like a huge variety. So I'd be curious. I guess maybe you have the chance at the rare ones, which maybe you don't have elsewhere. But otherwise, I'm not sure the big draw on the event dungeon. You only want percent-based stats on gear. Makes sense. This gives artifacts as well. So there's a lot of dungeons that you can dive into that may have certain artifacts that... Oh, these are our artifact drops. Hold on. So we can get the Ancient Shard, we can get accessories drop, which right now we don't have any accessories. And then for the artifacts, it's either crit rate, accuracy, curing a daze, crit damage, or pinpoint. You said Dragon's Lair. Lifesteal, there's the speed that you were talking about. It has a pretty wide range of gear that it can drop. Is it worth it to really build much here, since we will typically replace gear pretty quickly? Speed and lifesteal? Yeah, usually lifesteal is pretty crazy. Especially with like certain stacking. Get pretty crazy pretty quick. Really good early game. Yeah, I could see that. We can do a super raid, which ends up twice the energy, but twice the rewards. Even though the gear won't be top tier, it's better than what you'll find in the early campaign. So even if it's like 1 star, the set effect, I think it's strong. So the stats aren't what you'd necessarily look for, but that's not what matters on the early gear. Not until you get later gear and later sets. Yeah, and especially with what we have now, we don't really have much heal or in the way of heals. And so lifesteal would allow us to just pump out the damage and not worry about it. And so freeze and legendary. Legendary accuracy shield. But I do think it is right around the just over the 2-hour mark. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up so that I can go pick up my daughter from daycare. The early game is full sets. Late game is more about the substats. Yeah, because the substats at that point, when you're getting that high of rarity, probably outweighs your like one particular set effect. But it's time to head out. I'm gonna go head over to pick up my daughter. And so I'm gonna raid you guys over into someone from the snap side, so that you guys can go back to the drops. And since I was running the negative deck that I think was popularized by DeBoss, I'm actually gonna raid you guys over there. So I appreciate you guys hanging out and all of the positivity, allowing me to do sponsorships like this. And hanging out helps make them go by that much faster. And it was, I mean, it was, I will say it was a lot easier to play this one for 2 hours. There was always something to do, or something to kind of be striving for. So let's give DeBoss a warm welcome whenever we pop over there. But I appreciate you guys as always. We will see you guys around in the next one. 5 seconds. We'll see you guys around in the next one.